Good morning and welcome to Windhoek, Namibia. This is Andrew Leonard bringing these pictures from Affy Park at the Wanderers Sports Club complex in beautiful Windhoek. We have the perfect day for cricket this morning with not a single cloud in the sky. A little bit chilly perhaps. There was a little hint of dew around this morning, and in what is perhaps a surprising move, Papua New Guinea have won the toss and they've decided to bat first. Sarav Netravalkar, the Team USA captain, has lost a third consecutive toss, and he was a little bit surprised when Papua New Guinea decided to make first use of this batting strip. Mahad Ali Khan has a ball in hand. Here we go. Movement immediately for Ali Khan, who has been in absolutely sensational form for USA with the ball. He's taken 9 wickets already, 3 in the penultimate over of that last stunning win over host Namibia. And indeed, he won the Player of the Match award quite vividly after a quite sensational performance. It was a rest day yesterday in Windhoek. All the sides getting a well-deserved rest. But here comes Ali Khan. Shorter this time, onto the pull, beats him for pace. But that's going to be the first runs of the innings. Down to Timul Patel at fine leg. Just going to be a single. Opening the batting for Papua New Guinea, we've got Tony Ora and Sesi Bao. One change in both lineups today. I'll bring you those starting 11s at the end of this first over. For Papua New Guinea, Norman Vanua back into the side. Such a talisman with bat and ball. For Papua New Guinea, he replaces John Bogareva. And for USA, one change as well. Nostus Kenjiji, the left-arm spinner, comes out of the attack, and the experienced veteran Roy Silva, in fact, the oldest man in the American squad, he comes back into the playing 11. Ali Khan going to come round the wicket now. Good pace already, but not much carry through to Jaskaran Malhotra, the American wicketkeeper there. This is America's first match on the third of 3 venues in Windhoek, Namibia. This is Affy's Park, right next door to the Wanderers cricket ground where America beat the Namibia 2 days ago in those most thrilling of circumstances. As good a finish as you'll see anywhere in world cricket, as America pulled it out of the fire by just 2 runs to make it 1 win and 1 loss in their campaign so far. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. In fact, it's going to be 2 wides because Malhotra could only get a outside of his outstretched right glove to it and rightly signalled wide by the umpire. And for Papua New Guinea, they're 1-1 as well. An opening day defeat to the hosts where they made just 118. They made up for that by beating Canada 2 days later, or just the next day. Better length from Ali Khan this time, shaping the ball away from the right-hander. Right-handed, left-handed opening partnership for Papua New Guinea. Experienced Tony Ora and Sesi Bao. And the results on game day 2 have certainly left this ICC World Cricket League Division 2 wide open. Oman have won 2 and none. Canada have lost their 2 games so far, but all the other sides have won 1 match and lost 1 match. Played and missed. Steepling bounce this time from Ali Khan. Perhaps an indication we might have a little bit of a 2-pace pitch here. This is the 3rd consecutive match on this wicket. Just 2 wickets here on the Affy's Park ground. It's a multi-use facility, rugby played here as well. So this is the 3rd game in 4 days on this track. But good bounce there from Ali. Right on the money that time to end the over from Ali Khan. End of the first over. Papua New Guinea 3-0. So it's going to be the Team USA captain Sarav Netravalkar with his left arm seam to open the bowling with Ali Khan. He's going to come from the Affys Park pavilion end. A change in tactic from USA from 2 days ago, because they went with spin to open the innings against Namibia, and it was a tactic that didn't really work for them. Kareem Agor, who's in the starting 11 again today, he opened the bowling without success. So Sarav Netravalkar, particularly with the early morning, a little bit of juice around on the pitch perhaps, certainly a tiny bit of dew. The moon in fact is still in the sky over to my right. So any assistance the seam bowlers are going to get, it's going to be early here. Let's take a look at the two playing 11s today. That's the Papua New Guinea side. We see just one change from their victory 2 days ago. Reva into the starting 11. Or Reva out of the starting 11, in fact, and Norman Vanua has come into the side. He'll probably bat down at around 8. Experienced and settled side, Papua New Guinea. Oran Bao opening the innings. We'll probably see Asado Vala at 3. Perhaps CJ Amini at 4. Legacy Aka likely to come in at 5. And then Chad Soper at 6. And he plays a lot of cricket in Australia. Jason Keela 7. Norman Vanua down at 8. He hits a big ball. Right on the money from Netravalkar. He's been incredibly consistent all week. Let's take a look at that Team USA 11 now. One change for them as well. Nostush Kenjiji, he only bowled 3 overs. The left arm spinner, talented young bowler, but was whipped out of the attack early and he didn't come back. So he's gone out of the 11 and Roy Silva's come back into the 11. The oldest man in this American squad at the youthful age of 38. So consistent, Sarav Netravalkar. Not extreme pace and not a huge amount of movement yet, but right on the money from the USA skipper. No. Fuller this time from Netravalkar, driven pleasingly by Sese Bao, but no run there. Just one run off the bat so far this morning, perhaps showing Papua New Guinea just feel like they'll have to get through this tricky first 10 over period. Perhaps a little bit surprising they chose to bat first after winning the toss. USA looking alive in the field to start proceedings this morning. 2 overs gone. Papua New Guinea 3-0.
No, that's
Short pulled away powerfully into the leg side. That's the longest part of the ground. Just going to be one bounce. In fact, it's gone all the way, flown for 6. That's a powerful strike. Short and sharp from Muhammad Ali Khan, but no respect by Tony Ura. He's hammered that in front of square on the left side. I thought it might have bounced just in front of the rope, but the umpire's raised his arms and that's flown for 6. Good comeback from Ali Khan, back on a length. 2 other games on today in ICC World Cricket League Division 2. Hong Kong batting first against Oman on the pitch adjacent to us here at the Wanderers Cricket Club. And Namibia batting first, the hosts against Canada. Canada, of course, winless after 10 games. They need to get a win today to get their campaign going. 4 of the 6 sides gaining ODI status this week in Windhoek. That's a beauty from Ali Khan. Beats Tony Ura. Didn't quite get forward or back. He just tentatively prods outside the off stump through to Malhotra. An attacking field as you'd expect from Muhammad Ali Khan. 2 slips, a third man, a backward point, a cover, a mid off, and then 3 on the leg side. A mid on, a man just in front of square leg, and a fine leg. That's a beauty, edged, taking it second slip. What a catch from Stephen Taylor. Ura's got to go. And that man, Ali Khan, has done it again. His 10th wicket of the tournament. America get the early breakthrough they so wanted. Going to bring you the replay of it here on your screen. Ali Khan, he's been sharp and fast throughout the tournament. And look at this for a delivery. Completely squared up Tony Ura, edged, and a superb catch from Stephen Taylor at second slip. That's the breakthrough America wanted. Papua New Guinea, they're 9 for 1 in the third over. Ali Khan, 10 wickets in the tournament. The spearhead of this American attack. There's been a real buzz about him throughout the associate cricket world, and you can see why. Certainly throwing his hat in the ring early for the player of the tournament here at World Cricket League Division 2. He's bowled with serious pace throughout the week so far in Windhoek, and he's done it again for America. New man to the wicket, looks like Asadoa Vala to me. Left-handed Vala joining Sese Bow at the wicket. And Asadoa Vala, of course, the captain for the day today. Bit of pressure on him perhaps. He won the toss and he chose to bat first. 9:30 AM starts here in Namibia. Certainly any assistance that the seam bowlers have been getting, it's been early in the day throughout the weeks here. So pressure on Vala. That's going to end the third over. A 6 and a wicket in it. Papua New Guinea, 9 for 1. So it's going to be the left-handed Netravalkar to the two left-handers at the wicket for Papua New Guinea. Sarah Netravalkar, the Team USA captain, hasn't been without problems this week, primarily with his calling at the toss. He's lost all three tosses for Team USA, turning into a little bit of a joke around the Team USA camp. Netravalkar just can't choose the right side of the coin, but he's going to be happy that he's bowling first this morning. Lively in the field there from Monank Patel. He's at cover. Hayden Walsh Jr., one of the fielders of the tournament, he's at backward point. We saw that brilliant catch from Stephen Taylor. That was an outstanding grab at second slip. We were speaking during the Namibia match about just how impressive the fielding's been from all sides so far. We probably won't see many better fielding 11s than the Papua New Guinea side later this afternoon. Shorter this time from Netravalkar. Sese Bao didn't know quite what to do there. Just cramped him up for room and half a pull shot patted back down. America will be pleased with this start this morning. Can they find a second or a third wicket early in this first 10 overs, this power play one, in this oh so crucial match? Good again from Netravalkar. Building up the pressure with dot balls. I suppose he sees his role as containing, putting pressure on the batsman whilst Ali Khan strikes from the far end. Ten wickets inside 3 matches for Ali Khan. Sensational stuff from the tearaway quick from Ohio. That's a super over from Sarah Netravalkar, a maiden. Papua New Guinea. Back live with you now, Ali Khan coming round the wicket. Full, nicely played by Vala. He calls yes promptly. Sese Bao runs through. Vala's off the mark. Ali Khan just signalling to Vala there. He'll stay round the wicket to Sese Bao. It's an angle that Ali Khan likes to use to the left-handers, bringing the ball back into them, threatening the stumps. Well, there is 2 slips in place. Driven but straight back at Ali Khan, well fielded. No run there. Good again from Ali Khan, getting that movement back into the left-hander. Watchful from Sesebao to start so far. In fact, he's not off the mark yet. 15 deliveries already. Yet to find a run. Pressure on him, and you can hear the American fielders just reminding him of that. Yet to get the scoreboard moving. Beautiful bowling. Ali Khan beats him outside the off stump. Again squares the batsman up. A tentative prod from Sesebao through to Jaskaran Malhotra behind the stumps. Another play and a miss. That's 17 deliveries without a run now for Sesebao. How the pressure's building on him. Superb stuff from Ali Khan so far this morning. He looks right at the top of his game. He's looking for a second wicket. Can he get America's second strike this morning? Solid in defence that time, Sesebao. But another dot. He's none off 18 balls. Papua New Guinea, 10 for 1 after 5. Netravalkar now into his opposite number, the Papua New Guinea captain Asadoa Vala. Very close to the wicket here we are in our commentary position today at Affy's Park, probably no more than 45 yards away from the action, and we can just hear so clearly some of the talk from the American fielders. Keep that fire burning, they're saying to Ali Khan. Just 10 runs in overs. They're only looking to survive. So pressure building on Papua New Guinea here. Brilliant fielding from Kareem Agor at mid-on, but Asadov, he's quick between the wickets, and that was a well-judged single. Picked up one-handed by the left-handed Kareem Agor. He strikes the stumps, but Vala was well home. And a single to the total that brings Bao back onto strike. And he's still not off the mark. 18 deliveries into his innings. Big pressure building. Edged, and he is away. He's off the mark, but not in convincing circumstances. Sesebao, his 19th delivery, he finally gets off the mark. It goes down to Ali Khan at third man, who does the fielding. And Stephen Taylor at second slip, he's saying to his skipper, I should have been in gully. That would have given me the catch. Squared up bow. It was a beauty from Sarav Netravalkar, so consistent in his lines and lengths. Stephen Taylor's pleading with his captain to leave him at gully. And he is going to go across from second slip to gully and stay there now. And in fact, even Xavier Marshall is moving a bit wider. He's come from a first slip more to a sort of 2.5 slips. So interesting field position now as Netravalkar comes into Vala. All action so far this morning at the Affys Park as we continue to get our setup here. We've got young fans in the crowd. Young Charlie's taking the day off school today to come and watch some international cricket. Is he enjoying his day so far? He gives me a big smile and a big nod here in the commentary position as USA have the ball in hand. Papua New Guinea just struggling to get going. They're 12 for 1 at the moment, just going at 2 and over. And Sarav Netravalkar, having lost the toss, he's going to be delighted with this start, but he's going to want a second or possibly a third wicket in this first power play of 10 overs.
Uncle, and this?
Beautifully bowled by Netravalkar. That ends the 6th over. Papua New Guinea going at exactly 2 and over. They are 12 for 1. So Ali Khan now, he's going to come into his 4th over of his spell. Here he comes round the wicket. Just angling the ball into the legs of Sese Bao, who's really struggled so far this morning, but if he can just get through this tough period. 20 deliveries now for Bao, just on 2. Ali Khan, we've seen him used in 5 over bursts throughout his opening spells. Be interesting to see if Netravalkar looks to go with a 6th or 7th from him today. He's bowled with extreme pace throughout the week. Huge appeal, probably doing a little bit too much, maybe just going down leg. Again, causing all the batsmen problems. Just going to see the replay on your screen here. Ali Khan, he tends to bring the ball back into the left-hander. Maybe actually height the issue there. Possibly going over the top, middle and leg. He certainly squared Vala up, causing him problems. And Alex Dowdles, the standing umpire, decided the decision was not out. Driven off the outside edge, that beats it goes between the men at slip and first and second slip. That's going to be a boundary 4 right off the toe end of the bat, I believe. You can see Asadoa Vala looking down at his bat. Fortune again for Papua New Guinea. Stephen Taylor and Xavier Marshall, they stare at each other. They let that one go right in between them. Fortune for Papua New Guinea. That's the second boundary of the day. So Ali Khan into his 4th over now, looking for a second breakthrough for USA. Shorter this time, looks for the quick single, well picked up by Malang Patel. Oh, a direct hit would have been close. Roy Silva does the backing up. Just half a chance there for Manik Patel at extra cover. It was a very sharp, quick single from Asadou Avala. He called through Sese Bow. And I don't know, a direct hit would have been very close. But certainly sharp running between the Papua New Guineans. And they're home safely. Another single to the total. Back in a length from Ali Khan. Ali Khan ready now for the final ball of his fourth over, the seventh of the innings. Looking for a second breakthrough. Huge appeal. Alex Dowdles gives it. Ali Khan does it again. And Sese Bow's stay at the wicket is over. It was an agonising one. He's gone for 2 off 22 balls. As I said, will I find another breakthrough? He does. And the star of this USA attack, he's got his 11th wicket of the tournament. Here's the replay. It was full, it was straight, and that is as plumb as they come because it struck the batsman right around off stump. On to hit middle, you'd have had to think, and an easy decision for Alex Dowdles. And that's the second wicket. Papua New Guinea in a spot of bother. They're 18 for 2 after 7. Seven overs gone here at Affy's Park. And Papua New Guinea, they are 18 for 2. Let's take a quick look at the batting card before Netra Valker gets ready to go. 2 wickets to fall, and both to fall to Muhammad Ali Khan. That's no surprise. Been in amazing wicket-taking form for America. And America, they are on the attack because they have had a change in the field. There's no fine leg now. 2 slips in a gully. Roy Silva comes in at second slip. Xavier Marshall at first slip. Stephen Taylor at gully. 7-2 field. Netra Valker, the American captain, looking to strike while the iron is hot. Because after winning the toss and choosing to bat first, Papua New Guinea, they're in trouble. They're 18 for 2. Just drifting onto the pads that time, Netra Valker, perhaps looking for the magic delivery, starting it out a bit too straight. And Vala deals with that confidently. The third left-hander out of the top 4 for Papua New Guinea. It is CJ Amini to the wicket, also known for his bowling. He's a good all-round effort, good all-round player for Papua New Guinea. He's going to be facing up for the first time today. Papua New Guinea 19 for 2 in the 8th over. Right on the money as always from Netravalkar. He's been so consistent with the ball. And really, although it was Ali Khan that got the man of the match for America against Namibia 2 days ago in that stunning 2-run victory, you have to say that without Sarav Netravalkar's spell, his 3-wicket spell, and indeed he affected the winning run out, America would not have got across the line. So Sarav Netravalkar leading from the front for Team USA. It's a 7-2 offside field that the American skipper has. 2 slips, a gully, a third man, then a backward point. That's Hayden Walsh Jr. Madank Patel at cover. Aaron Jones at mid-off. And mid-on and mid-wicket. No one at fine leg, so space there. Super stuff from Netravalkar. So consistent throughout the week. Just one off the over. He's bowled 4 overs, none for 3. Papua New Guinea, 19 for 2 after 8. Ali Khan, what a cricketer. Genuinely be right in the mix for player of the tournament. So with 2 left-handers at the crease, Ali Khan's going to keep coming around the wicket. Trying to angle the ball back in to the 2 left-handers. Just 2 slips in place. Huge appeal again. Massive celebration given. Ali Khan, what a superstar. That's his 3rd of the match. America's 3rd of the match. His 12th of the week. You can't keep Ali Khan down at the moment. Another LBW, look, an easy one for Alex Dowdall, struck on the back pad. And that's the skipper, Asadoa Vala. He must be questioning his decision to bat first this morning because Papua New Guinea, they're in all sorts of bother. They're 19 for 3. You could see from the appeal from Ali Khan, he was absolutely certain. And Alex Dowdall's had no hesitation. That one, if anything, looked plumb, even plumber than the wicket before. We now have a left-hand, right-hand combination because it's going to be Legasiaka to the wicket. A short, diminutive in stature batsman, but quite a talent. He's had some experience down in Australia as well. But he's going to need to use all that experience because Papua New Guinea, they're in a hell of a lot of trouble early this morning. 19 for 3 with the star bowler of the tournament, Ali Khan, with the ball in hand. Looks for the Yorker first. Ali Khan nearly finds his way through the defences. America a buzz in the field this morning. Oh, it's a beauty from Ali Khan. World class stuff you're watching here on your live stream. And that would be causing for any problems for any batsman around the world. He has 12 wickets in just 22 and a half overs of bowling so far this week. And he's making the difference for America in their search for one-day international status here at ICC World Cricket League Division 2 in Namibia. Cut away and dropped. Stephen Taylor puts it down at second slip. He did get two hands to it. It looked to me like it came right off the toe end of the bat. It's going to be a boundary four, but it could have been a fourth wicket. It was short. It was right off the toe end, and Stephen Taylor got two hands to it. He took such a brilliant catch earlier in the innings. He's going to be disappointed with it. It did come fast to him. Siaka was off his feet, playing the shot in no control, and it flew quickly to Stephen Taylor at second slip. He was airborne himself, trying to hold on. He couldn't. Chance goes down, and we see a change in the field because Ford's square leg is going to come into a third slip. That's Roy Silva. All out attack now from Ali Khan. Be a dot ball. Still one ball to go in his fifth over. Muhammad Ali Khan. Will be interesting to see what Sarav Netravalkar does, because throughout the week he's used him in 5 over spells at the start of the innings. He's very fit, very athletic, Ali Khan. Can he keep going for his skipper? Will he maybe a 6th or 7th over? Try to find a 4th or a 5th breakthrough this morning for USA. Well left alone by Legasiaka to end the 9th over. Ali Khan, he's got 3 for 20. New Guinea there, 23 for 3. There's his figures so far. 5 overs, 3 for 20. One huge 6. He was struck for by Tony Ora, but he dismissed him soon after. Simply sensational throughout this week, Ali Khan. He struggled a little bit with a lower back injury in the tour of the UAE last month for USA. He was used sparingly, but he is fully fit here, and boy is he humming, because he has 12 wickets in 23 overs of bowling for America, and he's put the America on top. That's a beauty from Sarav Netravalkar, a lovely length. Charles John Amini, CJ Amini, he can only tentatively prod, and he plays and misses through to Malhotra. Netravalkar so consistent. All out attack now at the moment from America. They're on the hunt for the kill. They have 3 wickets inside the power play, but they've got 2 slips and a gully. Very attacking field set now by the American captain off for his own bowling. And for USA, what a difference a couple of days make. America, of course, lost their opening match of this campaign to Oman after they were bowled out for just 148. And interestingly, we see Timil Patel warm up at mid-wicket. I wonder, does that indicate that Muhammad Ali Khan will again just be used in that 5-over burst at the top of the order? Hugely consistent from Sarav Netravalkar. He's into his 5th over, just 3 runs off his bowling. Sensational stuff from Sarav Netravalkar. He's going to be delighted with the way he's performing. And he won't mind that he's not finding the breakthrough just yet. Because Papua New Guinea, they won the toss this morning. And they are 23 for 3 coming into the final ball of the power play. That's the end of power play 1. 10 overs gone. Papua New Guinea 23 for 3. Let's just take a quick look at those bowling stats for America. And in fact, I was wrong, because Muhammad Ali Khan, he's going to continue. I think rightly so. Good decision from Sarav Netravalkar. 3 wickets to fall so far this morning, all taken by that man on your screen, Ali Khan. So here we go, Ali Khan, power play 2 now. Ooh, edged, but just wide of the man at third, slipped down to third man. Going to be a single. And for the first time today, and I think about the 5th time this week, I'm going to be joined now by Daniel Beswick of Emerging Cricket. Good morning, Daniel. How are you?
Oh, fantastic. And another beautiful morning here in Windhoek. Not a cloud in the sky. An excellent start for the US, it must be said. A little bit of life in this wicket early in the morning. 9:30 starts, of course. Makes it a little bit easier for fast bowlers to extract some life out of the wicket. And Ali Khan's done a brilliant job. And we've got a pretty good spot today. We're actually a little bit closer to the action with the boundaries a little bit smaller. So great coverage for everyone at home watching as well.
Another beauty from Ali Khan, played and missed. Outside is off stump by CJ Amini. Were you surprised with the Papua New Guinea decision to bat first this morning? Yeah, perhaps. And I spoke to a couple of members of the PNG side at the beginning of play today, and they said that they felt the wicket looked good and they were pretty keen to bat. But once again, when the starts are so early, there's always a chance that there's a little bit of life in it, perhaps even a little bit of dew on the ground. Not too sure what the conditions were like too early this morning, but yeah, it's obviously gone in the US's favour early for the early start. Looking for the Yorker, Ali Khan, diving stop at mid-off from Sarav Netravalkar. Going to be a single for Amini. He gets off strike. Perhaps the fact that it's the 3rd use of the same wicket, would that have influenced Asado Avala's decision this morning?
Yeah, perhaps.
Spin attack.
Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps thinking that the wicket might be a little bit drier and slower, and yeah, the square here at Affy's Park is a little bit smaller in terms of numbers of pitches. So this wicket over the course of the week will be slower and lower as we go on. And the US did magnificently the other day before the rest day, picking 2 spinners on the ground at Wanderers. So some good tactics from the USA early. Yeah,
and one change in that American starting lineup. Nostuj He only bowled 3 overs, that left arm spin. He goes out of the 11 and Roy Silva comes back in. That's probably no surprise to you.
Yeah, and nothing against Ken Gigi. I thought that he was fine with his 3 overs, but sort of surplus to requirements in the situation at Wanderers a couple of days ago. Kareem McGaw was so excellent with his left arm orthodox and makes the side very difficult to get into when Kareem Gore is bowling so well.
Yeah, perhaps Kareem McGaw just edging Kenjiji with his batting and fielding as well. Talk to us about Ali Khan, Daniel. He looks to me to not just be a superstar of associate cricket, but potentially of the world game. Yeah,
we've seen it do it at franchise level as well. From Ohio, it's been a fantastic story for him. Quite a meteoric rise, a la sort of Sandeep Lamachane as well, two very similar bowlers. He could easily have been at the IPL as we speak as well. He's bowling that well, and to have 12 scalps already in his 3rd match and just over halfway through his allotment here today just proves how good he is. He is probably a tick quicker than the rest of the bowlers here.
Yeah, I'd say he's probably the fastest bowler on show this week.
Yeah, I've been thoroughly impressed with the Omani quick attack, and also JJ Smith. Yes, not yesterday, the day before. We had a rest day, of course. I felt he pushed them through early on very well, but Ali Khan, I think, has them all trumped.
Another huge appeal. Ali Khan convinced, but Alex Dowdall's not, probably doing too much.
I have a feeling this might have come off the inside edge as well. I think I might have heard 2 noises.
Yeah, I just wonder, was the 2 noises front pad, back pad? Sometimes hard to tell, but that's the end of the 11th over. Papua New Guinea still in all sorts of balls there, 26 for 3. Let's just take a look at the 2 starting 11s here on your screen. We spoke about the 1 change for America, Roy Silva coming back into their squad, but also 1 change for Papua New Guinea. And that 1 change, Daniel, is Norman Vanua coming back into the 11 at the expense of John Riva.
Yeah, I think a positive decision by PNG having him back. Obviously looking to rebuild after their slow start early on, as we see a change in the bowling.
Yeah, the change in bowling is going to be from the pavilion end at Affy's Park here at the Wanderers Sports Complex in Windhoek, and it's going to be Stephen Taylor, the man who took a superb catch at second slip, but he also put 1 down. So he'll be looking to make amends for that. He'll bowl his off breaks. He was a little expensive against me the other day. Some of the lower order taking a liking to his off breaks.
Yeah, they negotiated him very well as he comes in for his first delivery. Oh no, he's just marking his bowling spot as he comes in.
Yeah, straight on the money from Taylor, and I suppose with Elmore Hutchinson and Jesse Singh both out of the playing 11, the only other seam option for Sarav Netravalk was Roy Silva, so we could see quite a lot of spin from America today. 3rd use of a pitch, you tend to see a little bit more wear and tear, a little bit more turn in the wicket.
Yeah, and I know that you were at the Everest Premier League last year, and they played on a lot of the same wickets at the university ground, and you can just see the totals are slower because the pitch is slower.
Yeah, this is the only one of the 3 grounds that we're using that has just 2 turf wickets on it, so they have to play 3 matches on both of these 2 turf wickets. The other 2 grounds will use 3 pitches twice.
Perhaps to accommodate it too, this ground is a little bit smaller with the boundary, so we could see some power hitting. So if you don't get that spin bowling right, you still get punished for some bad bowling.
Yeah, it's not exactly the perfect oval here. It's a slightly oblong shaped ground, Affy's Park. Multi-sport use facility, also play some rugby here. But a very pleasing surface to bat on. We saw high scores here 2 days ago. It was Oman at this pitch who posted about 285, so no demons in the wicket.
Yeah, and Zishan Maksud came back from his start against the USA the day before and made an incredible 100. just noticing Taylor here coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Such a sort of key tactic to spin bowling. Obviously, with the power play done and given you can bring the field out, it just gives the chance for Taylor to get himself ready early here.
Yeah, he's right into his work, Taylor. Awkward action, certainly pushes it through. That's the end of the 12th. Papua New Guinea, they're now 27 for 3.
Just note the last ball there, Taylor looking to maybe fire it in and zoom it in a little bit quicker, just to vary his speed, not necessarily his spin, but we do see another change in bowling, and it's going to be spin at both ends. It looks like Tim Patel with his leg spin is coming on from our end over here.
Timul Patel not been prolific in the wickets column so far, but it was an impressive spell the other day. 10 overs, none for 36. Caused problems. Bowled with lots of control, a little bit of turn. The one thing I've been surprised about, Daniel, I don't know if you can shed any light on this for us, but he hasn't used his variations very much. He hasn't bowled many googlies.
Yeah. When I spoke to a couple of people who have been following USA cricket perhaps a little bit more than me, they've said that he has a good googly, but he's stuck to his stock delivery, and sometimes that can be just as effective, even if he does sort of vary his amount of spin and perhaps his pace through the air, which seems to be his attack.
So Timul Patel straight into his work, and Ali Khan still in the game. Directly in front of our commentary position here. He's down at long off. Just describe the field to you as we see a change in field, of course, with the left-hander. There is a slip in place, which is good to see, and we didn't see that throughout the Namibian innings. We were a little bit critical of Sarav Netravalkar, the fact he was not attacking, but he's going for the jugular today.
Yeah, he I guess he timed his run perfectly. Yes, sorry, I keep saying yesterday. Of course, we had a rest day, but timed his run to perfection with his captaincy in the end yesterday. And again, as I say yesterday, 2 days ago, we always have such a jam-packed schedule of international cricket with these tournaments. It often feels like it's just one after the other.
Yeah, and interestingly, during that rest day yesterday, Pabudi Dasanayake made the training optional, and just 4 players from the Team USA squad decided to come and train, driven powerfully down the ground. Ali Khan's got 1-2. That's sensational. From the big fast bowler, he's just bowled 6 overs straight, and he sprints around from long off, makes about 25 yards to his right, gets one hand out with a diving stop, and he saves 2 runs. Super stuff.
And a little wry smile to the commentary box there from Ali Khan, showing his athleticism coming off that spell of fast bowling.
To me, like Papua New Guinea are happy they're not facing Ali Khan anymore and looking to attack Timul Patel right from the off.
Yeah, and they've just got to carry it up, not only with the big hitting, but also the singles in at mid-wicket and cover.
Nicely bowled by Timul Patel. That's going to end the 13th over. In fact, sorry, 1 ball to go. Legacy, the first batsman to really start getting going. Short of this time, pulled away. That's going to be a boundary for the only man in the deep leg side's a deep backward square leg, and that beats him comfortably. An expensive start from Patel, 8 from his first over. Papua New Guinea, 35 for 3 now.
It looked like that one was a variation out of the front of the hand. It all wrong with the long hop and well put away. You've got to really put away those chances, especially when you've had such a slow start like PNG have had.
And just some relief for Asadoa Vala, the Papua New Guinean captain, as we look at the batting card on your screen there. Legacy Aka, the first batsman to really look in some comfort at the crease. Perhaps USA, they maybe got their playing 11 wrong here. What would they give for another seam bowler now?
Yeah, I was just thinking perhaps the toss. Maybe they were thinking that that PNG were going to win the toss and perhaps look to chase. And maybe they wanted to win the toss and bat. That might be an indication of that.
Nicely bowled by Taylor, and as you said, Daniel, Taylor's going to bowl his off breaks around the wicket to the left-handed CJ Amini. This partnership's crucial for Papua New Guinea. Two men who've been identified as stars of the future for PNG.
Yeah, and already they still have quite a few years left for PNG, but they have been playing at this level for quite a long time.
Huge appeal given, just as we say it's going to be a crucial partnership. Beanie's gone. Great catch from Malhotra. That's the 4th wicket.
Looked like a slight bobble by Malhotra, but did really well to keep a hold on that delivery. Yeah, as we just said, this was a very experienced partnership and one that really needed to build. But to lose side the first 15 overs here, that's disastrous for Papua New Guinea, and they really do need to rebuild and make the most of their long tail.
Yeah, just catching the replay there, and great scenes of for Stephen Taylor. And how relieved is he going to be? I know it wasn't CJ Amini that he dropped, but to make up for that drop and make the breakthrough, take the 4th wicket.
Yeah, and just a really good sign for him. He's looked very comfortable in his rhythm early to complement the bowling that's been so good at the other end. I know that Tim Patel did go for 8 from that last over, but Ali Khan not only taking the 3 wickets early, but providing that pressure as we see Papua New Guinea in huge trouble.
Yeah, not the start they would have wanted by any stretch of the imagination after winning the toss and choosing to bat first. It's game day 2, or game day 3 in fact, at ICC World Cricket League Division 2 in Namibia. Both of these sides, they have won one and lost one. And it's Stephen Taylor with the breakthrough. The new man to the wicket is Chad Soper. And he's a man you know a little about.
Oh, very well. Yeah, we began our junior cricket together on the central coast of New South Wales over a decade and a half ago. Spoke to him before the game, and yeah, he hasn't changed much over the years. Incredibly humble guy, fiercely competitive as well, and an outstanding professional and a key asset to this Papua New Guinea side. He was born in Port Moresby, represented PNG at the Under-19 World Cup as well. So he's been in the setup for a very long time, and this is actually probably a good decision for him to bat in this situation. He can grind out an important score for his team, and he'll be so important with the ball later on. But yeah, fantastic cricketer, and he's seen it all playing Sydney first grade at the moment for Northern District, and a fine athlete and a fine cricketer.
Oh, beautiful from Stephen Taylor, just going on with the arm. Soper playing for spin, and problems and trouble early for Papua New Guinea here. You can hear the shout from Malang Patel, pressure, pressure. And the pressure is building. Soper more of a batsman who bowls, or an out-and-out all-rounder?
He's been picked in the past by PNG as a bowler who bats, but he's very, very capable at doing both. He's also a cricket coach back home as well, so he knows the ins and outs and tactics of cricket, and he'll be in a very good mindset.
Clipped off his leg, straight to Ali Khan at square leg, just one bounce. Super over from Stephen Taylor because it's a wicket maiden. Papua New Guinea 35 for 4 after 14. And Daniel, can you try and give me a sense of how important this match is in the context of the week?
Well, for USA to go 2-1 today with a victory will go a long way for them making the top 4 for the WCL2, and obviously for one-day international status with the top 4 qualifying. We've seen Oman 2 for 2, and a win today pretty much makes them guaranteed one of those 4 spots. So you really do need to cash in on your chances, and with PNG 4 for 34, it's a very uphill climb here as we see another change in bowling. Tim Patel just bowling a 1-over spell.
Yeah, we were talking about would Sarah of Netravalkar like to have had another seamer at his disposal, and he's whipped Timil Patel out of the attack after just 1 over, and he's gone to his veteran Roy Silva. Roy Silva, of course, played cricket all around the world. Played as a professional in my home country in Ireland, where he made a remarkable double century. Very nearly made a triple century in a 40-over match. Known for his power hitting down the order, but also effective stump-to-stump seam. Chance at square leg, dropped. It came to him quickly. It went straight down the throat of Kareem Agor, but he's put it down. That was right out of the middle of the bat, but that should have been taken.
So close to 5 for 34, and yeah, pretty simple catch at this level, straight into the chest and popping out. He had another crack at it. Unfortunately, I couldn't hold on.
He looked to just be surprised by how quickly it came to him. It was right out of the middle of the bat. Not a great start for Roy Silva, but he could have started with a wicket.
And it just gives the PNG batsmen just a chance to settle now. They need to remember that ball's gone, and they need to sort of recalibrate and fix themselves up. They're given a golden opportunity here.
That's better from Roy Silva outside off stump, and I know Sarah of Netravalker is going to be delighted with the start. Papua New Guinea in trouble at 36 for 4, but they could be 6 down. 2 drop catches. I don't want to call them regulation, both difficult, but really they should have been taken.
Similar to Oman at the start of the tournament, as we see Silva come into bowl here now. Just thinking about how many extras Oman gave away despite completely dominating the USA on day one with the ball, and they did bowl the USA out. I think it was 148. It could have easily been 128. And that can be the difference. And it's the same in the field with catches and run out chances. As we see Roy Silva trundling in once more.
Short and wide, straight to Timul Patel. Silva groans. He's not happy with the way he started. But he could have had a wicket. It would have been so unlucky for Legasiaka. But it was straight down the throat of Kareem Agor. He just looked surprised by how quickly it came to him.
Yeah, perhaps he might not have been on his toes there, just switching off for a fraction, but you just can't do that at international level.
Off the leading edge, straight between mid-off and mid-on, and fortune for Soper early. Papua New Guinea and all sorts of bother, but still more fortune for them.
Yeah, just checking his shot there, Soper at the non-strikers, and turning on that one a little bit too early, looking to put it into the onside. The ball four, he had a really good chance to put a cut shot away, was unable to do that, but yeah, living to fight another day here.
It was a leading edge. It looped straight between mid-off and mid-on. Neither Netravalker nor Ali Khan could get around to the ball. It's going to end the 15th over. Papua New Guinea living dangerously this morning. They're 37 for 4.
Oh, that one.
It is game day 3 at ICC World Cricket League Division 2 here in Namibia. You are watching USA v Papua New Guinea. Andrew Leonard bringing you these pictures with Daniel Beswick of Emerging Cricket. And not just the action on the field here at Affy's Park in Windhoek. There's 2 other games, and just give you a quick update on those. Hong Kong batting first against Oman. They're in trouble early, 29 for 3. And host Namibia, they're going well, 67 for 1 against Canada.
Yeah, perhaps the way I kind of saw those 2 games going, Oman once again with that attacking threat with the ball.
Cut away this time by Soper. Hayden Walsh with the chase in his hands. He's going to pull it in. They're going to turn and go for 3. Could be half a chance with a good throw here. Malhotra flicks the stumps off. But even though he lost his bat towards the tail end of the 3rd run, Siaka gets back for 3.
Outstanding running from Siaka. Was not sure that was a 3, but he definitely turned it into one. The throw was good, but yeah, I think he was well home. Even had that been close to a direct hit, that's exactly what Papua New Guinea need to do in this situation. They just need to grind it out, find 1s and 2s in the field, and to get a 3 at this ground is quite small. That's quite an achievement actually by Legasiaka, so well done to him.
Yeah, and not only 3 runs, but to the fastest fielder probably on show this week, Hayden Walsh Jr., who was doing the chasing. The thing I like to see though is Papua New Guinea still trying to be positive even though they've lost early wickets.
And you have to be. You can't sort of feel sorry for yourself at 3 and 4 for not many. You need to continue to build and play your shots, because that's what ultimately, you know, got them here at this level by playing good shots and some good cricket.
Right on the money from Taylor. It was interesting, the 4 players who came to voluntary training yesterday, one of those was Stephen Taylor. Perhaps just showing that he's not been overjoyed with his contribution so far. Despite making 44 against Namibia, he just wants to go on and show his crucial nature to this American 11. And after a little bit of confusion between the 3rd umpire and some of the substitutes, the players have decided they're going to take drinks over the umpires. So we're going to have a break in play. Papua New Guinea 40 for 4. We're going to be back with you in 3 or 4 minutes' time.
hold it, so.
Yeah, welcome back after the drinks break there. Players and umpires and commentators getting a rest. Andrew Leonard bringing you these pictures now. And I've got Daniel Beswick from Emerging Cricket to my right. Daniel, surely USA the happier of the two sides so far this morning?
Yeah, undoubtedly. And a chance with that drinks break for PNG just to give them a couple of minutes to get breathe, give themselves a breather, I should say.
Roy Silva is doing the bowling, and super stuff from Hayden Walsh there, backward point, outstanding in the field.
Yeah, he's been thoroughly impressive for me over the past two and a bit matches. Consistently being positioned at that backward point area, which is such a hot zone, especially with Silva bowling his right arm mediums as he runs in once more.
Yeah, and Silva is just going to try and bowl stump to stump. You can see the keeper Jaskaran Malhotra up to the stumps, but the thing I like to see is the fact that Netravalkar's got in. He's recognising the fact that PNG are 4 down and he wants to go for the kill. Yeah,
I've just noticed there's been a few plain misses, which suggests to me that there's still a little bit in this deck, and Silva is going to extract any sort of sideways movement just with the seam up, not necessarily quick, but getting that deviation.
Oh, that's a beauty, and that's really risen off a length. Malhotra could only get sort of half a glove on it, and some variable bounce again.
A concerning one for the PNG group over there on the far side from where we're positioned. With the ball doing so much, it just means that they've really got to buckle down and get through this difficult period and hope to cash in the last 10 overs if they have wickets in hand.
Inside edge this time. There's no man at fine leg, so going to be plenty of opportunity for runs here. Stephen Taylor having to do the fielding, and how quick is CJ Amini how quick is Legacy Aka between the wickets, because he gets back for 3 again. Yeah,
and he did it not too long ago before the drinks break, just to show just how athletic he is. Soper not quite catching that where he wanted to like on the bat there with the inside edge, but any runs are hugely important, especially situations for PNG, stuck in a little bit of a hole with 4 for under 40 on the board. Under 50, I should say.
So holds his hands to the sky. Thought he was just going to get through the defences there of Legacy Aka. Siaka, somebody who's spent a bit of time down at the Big Bash as well.
Yeah, when the Big Bash was still doing contracts for emerging and associate players, he was one of them to carry one of those contracts, and unfortunately didn't make an appearance in the tournament. But I know that that he had a great experience given his time there. I also know that Ming Lee, I think from Hong Kong, was another one of those players that had a rookie. I think it was an associate contract. I'm not sure of the actual name. But to get that invaluable experience in T20 franchise cricket, just being around the groups, coaching, conditioning, playing and training with some elite cricketers is only beneficial.
Yeah, and something that we like to see about those franchise leagues is we're going to see in the Euro T20 Slam a dedicated associate spot can only be good for the game, good for the exposure. Indeed, the exposure of those leagues around the countries that they take the players in from. Cricket growing hugely in popularity in Papua New Guinea. Their youth development program, one of the most impressive in the world of associate cricket. Something like over 250,000 involved in that. We're going to see another attacking change in the field because Xavier Marshall has got the box and helmet on, and he's in at short leg for Stephen Taylor's off breaks. Good stuff from Sarv Netravalkar.
Yeah, got to stay with the foot to the throat here for the USA. On top and just giving the batsman something to think about. Just talking about your Euro T20 Slam stuff, I think success sort of breeds success in associate cricket with leagues like this and T20. It just gives another opportunity for associate cricketers not only to get a little bit more cash in their pocket, but to build their credentials as international cricketers. It's only good to see.
Stephen Taylor quick through the air for Chad Soper onto the back foot. Soper known as a hitter or a more elegant player?
No, yeah, very elegant. He'll just look to grind and very good technique. Well, yeah, not exactly a huge hitter of the ball. He'll stay pretty solid and compact with his batting as we see him sort of practicing that advance down the track. Yeah, very technically correct. As I said before, he's a coach as well, so he'll stay relatively by the book and play conventional cricket shots around the wicket.
Beautiful from Taylor. Not much spin on offer, just going on with the arm through to Malhotra. And it's an interesting field he's got set because it's a 4-5 field. 4 men on the offside, 5 on the leg. With the man under the helmet at short leg there, Xavier Marshall.
Yeah, picking up on what you've just said there with the 4-5 field, perhaps telling us that Taylor wants to attack the stumps and look for perhaps a bat pad catch, even if he gets sort of an inside edge, and giving himself a little bit protection on the onside.
Nearly goes to that man at short leg. Xavier Marshall thought he was in action for a second. Plenty of dots building up. Really tight stuff from Taylor. He's already bowled a wicket maiden. And he beats the man sprawling at cover. The dive from Kareem Agora, perhaps trying to make up for that drop catch. And good covering by Sarv Netravalkar, because surprisingly perhaps they don't come back for 3, just 2 that time.
Had Siaka probably been at the other end calling, he might have got there. Soper, who is a quick runner between wickets himself, still has something on Siaka. He's a hair between the wickets. Good shot there from Soper, though, just to relieve a little bit of pressure, going a little bit inside out with that covered drive and beating that fielder. Hopefully that's a shot that will build him with some confidence, instill him with some confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see Papua New Guinea really trying to grind back into the game after losing 3 early wickets to Muhammad Ali Khan, and then Stephen Taylor picking up the 4th. But it could be so much worse. If you're just joining us, there's been 2 drop pitches, 2 tough chances going down, but perhaps at least one of them should have been taken. Stephen Taylor and Kareem Agor with the drops.
I think this is actually the perfect time to bring Silver on, knowing that you've got them under the pump. You can ring the field a little bit. He's just getting sort of stump to stump, bowling overs quickly. Just a great asset to this USA side today, and he'll be hoping to taste some success. Of course, he missed out on the last game, which they won in the final over.
Yeah, good tight stuff from Silva. As you said, he's operating to a ring field. 7 men in the ring, just 2 in the deep, even though we're in the second power play. Those 2 men in the deep. It's Kareem Agor who dropped that catch at deep square leg. And a man at third man as well. Off the outside edge, down to that man at third man. Well fielded by Aaron Jones, cleanly picked up. A little bit of a mix-up. Looks like Siaka could have run 3 or 4 there. But Soper says we'll just stick with 1.
This is the first time I've seen Siaka in person, and I knew that he was quick between the wickets. I didn't realise he was this quick. That is really important in a situation like this when you need to get going with the bat. Sometimes boundaries are hard to come by, so you need to churn out every single run that you can.
Yeah, really tight stuff from both Silva and Taylor. And interestingly, Timil Patel whipped out of the attack after just 1 over, an expensive one. It went for 8. Netravalka really looking to get the squeeze on PNG here. Slower ball. Well picked by Chad Soper, and happy with the single down to Aaron Jones at third man. Speaking of Aaron Jones, talk to us about that knock the other day, 103 not out.
Incredible. Some really clean hitting. There was a shot in particular coming down the track. I think it was off Jan Freilink where he came down and hit over long off over the sight screen and into the next ground. The ball travelled a very long way, but it was a classy knock, and he was complemented well by some other performances in and around. Walsh Jr. in particular was great help for him. He was a great foil. But Aaron Jones once again, and the celebration told you just how important it was.
Yeah, which did you prefer? Was it the Chris Gale-esque celebration or the AB de Villiers-esque Super 6?
Oh, I tell you what, they're pretty good in your own right, but I think I said during that live coverage that being compared to one and both of those players is something that many people can only dream of. That scoop shot, incredible innovation, knowing and having the awareness that the fine leg was up in that instance. But the celebration good, and lifting USA cricket figuratively and almost literally.
Yeah, figuratively and literally. And let's take a look at the table. It's on your screen there. ICC World Cricket League Division 2. Oman, they're on top, and they're on top again today because they've got Hong Kong in early trouble. Namibia, the hosts, are in second, and it's USA v PNG that you're watching on your screen. Such a crucial match. The top 4 sides on the table, they'll gain ODI status.
And making this tournament a vital one. I was talking to a couple of the Namibian fans a couple of days ago. They finished 4th at last year's tournament. Of course, that would be good enough for ODI status this year, as we see Taylor coming in and open defending with his head over the ball there, just making sure that he keeps it downward to prevent that looping into the fielder's hand. But yeah, it's so important, this tournament, as we've discussed.
Yeah, hugely effective with his off breaks here, Taylor, but how quick is he between his deliveries?
And that's vitally important, especially when off breaks now are heavily scrutinised and you need to get through them. It also doesn't give the batsman time to readjust.
I reckon he's getting through his 6 deliveries in about no more than 90 seconds, 2 minutes tops.
Yeah, that I think about with that kind of stuff is someone like Dave Hussey, a right arm off spinner who gets through his overs in less than a minute.
And what it does is it puts the pressure on the batsman with dot balls, particularly if he gets back to the mark, bowls quickly again. He's strung together 5 dot balls in this over already. He's into his 5th over. He's gone for just 6 runs. Down the ground driven. That's a much better shot from Chad Soper. Beats the sprawling Hayden Walsh at backward point. And there should be plenty of time for 3 there, despite a good flat throw from Hayden Walsh Jr.
And especially Siaka running it at that danger end. I actually thought off the bat that might have gone for 4. I know he didn't quite middle it, but fly past the fielder at backward point. Perhaps it is a little bit slower in that corner of the ground. It is a little bit downhill, actually, as we do have a look at it from where we are positioned. So, again, another sort of confidence-building shot for Soper. I know that he knows how significant a tournament like this is. But, yeah, another confident shot from him just to build into as he moves into double figures.
Yeah, we're bringing you this broadcast live from Affy's Park, which is the second of 2 cricket facilities at the Wanderers Sports Ground in the capital Windhoek in Namibia and Southern Africa. And certainly the outfield here probably a little bit slower than the main oval just adjacent to us here at the Wanderers Cricket Club, but certainly a lot faster than the third ground United.
Very much so, yes.
Which is the third of the 3 facilities in use this week. Silva going to continue, and I think Sarah of Netravalk are just keeping things simple here.
Yeah, you don't need to reinvent the wheel in this situation if you can ring the field up and force that pressure, making it so difficult to find the gaps. And if you bowl sort of stump to stump or perhaps that off-stump line, it's very difficult to manufacture anything with the field so tight.
I suppose Papua New Guinea will be reasonably happy with this though as well, because they're not losing any wickets.
Yeah, it's given them a chance to, I guess, concentrate. But in saying that, with the overs being raced through between these 2 bowlers, sometimes it means that the batting side actually let the game get away from them a little bit, because they're just focusing on that next ball, and as they turn up ready to face, as so is now, it's so difficult to keep a clear mind in this situation, as we see him with a leg side flick into square leg. Xavier Marshall out there.
Yeah, Xavier Marshall tidying up at mid-wicket. Silva, number 43 in his back, the oldest man in the squad at the age of 38. The thing that stood out for me with this Team USA squad is the scale of fitness and athleticism they've shown. How important is that going to be throughout the week as we play 6 matches in 8 days?
Yeah, a very underrated facet of the game. Just being able to have not only the squad to play for the entire tournament, but also being able to stay fit and energised for the whole tournament.
Just kept a little low, outside off stump. Netravalk are getting a bit excited at mid-on. You can see on your screen there, coming in with half an appeal. Just signs again of that slight variable bounce on a length. We've seen 1 or 2 really rise off a length, particularly from Ali Khan and Netravalkar, but Silva got one to fly through to Malhotra. That one keeping much lower. Cut away, beats the man at backward point, flies into the air, and it's going to be third man as well. A much needed boundary for Siaka and PNG.
Yeah, beautifully timed. If anything, it was at catchable height, but none of the fielders to regather. Another sort of pressure relieving shot. Siaka backing across well, and Silva, he bowls at that speed where he needs to have his line and length right. If he bowls short, it's easy pickings for batsmen at this level.
Yeah, too much width from Silva. First boundary off his bowling. And no surprise that it's going to be Stephen Taylor to continue, and he's been sensational so far with the ball in hand. Chad Soper just struggling to get Taylor away, Daniel.
Yeah, he had a cover drive in the last over, but Stephen Taylor attacking straight, looking at the stumps and looking to bring that man under the lid into the game, as we see. So the great back foot cover drive fielder out there chasing beautifully. It looks like he will regather.
Yeah, Kareem Agor, he is rapid over the turf, just 20 years of age, and probably saved a run there. Soper finding some relief, and with that shot, that's going to take Xavier Marshall out from short leg. The short leg plan has finished. The helmet goes back behind the keeper, and he'll go back to a more conventional square leg.
I think it was worth a shot, worth a gamble. You really do need to keep the pressure on when the iron is hot, as you put so well before. Chad Soper just taking guard, marking centre again, just to make sure that he concentrates and just focuses on this ball, the most important ball.
Taylor hugely economical so far into his 6th over, just 1 for 11, his figures. Wow, that's a super piece of fielding from Manik Patel. Diving one-handed stop, and he gets a big pat in the back and a high five from the skipper Netravalkar.
Yeah, so important. That's one of the key facets to the USA's game plan for this tournament. We've seen some outstanding fielding. I know they've dropped a couple of catches today. Ground fielding's been superb.
Sure, that's a glorious shot from Chad Soper. Off the back foot this time, punched into the offside. More work for Kareem Agor, and superb fielding from Kareem Agor. And brilliantly backed up by Hayden Walsh Jr. The USA hunting impacts in the deep. Saved definitely 2 runs and kept Soper to just 2.
Yeah, I thought that was probably 4 off the bat as well. And also a right decision by the 2 not to take the 3rd, because it was an excellent throw from the deep. Another good shot from Soper. Just looks like Taylor has lost his length a little bit, perhaps a little bit shorter than he has been in his previous overs.
Back on the money from Taylor to end his 6th over, the 22nd innings. Papua New Guinea there now 59 for 4. Just take a look at the bowling figures so far, please, Daniel. You can see there Muhammad Ali Khan, the star of the show, 6 overs, 3 for 23. Netravalkar, 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 3. Who else do you think we might see the ball thrown to at some stage?
Interesting to see when Tim Patel is called into action again after that first over. I know he'd be really disappointed with that. Kareem Agor with his left arm orthodox. I believe he opened the bowling a couple of days ago, if my memory serves me correctly, and he was so tight. And you spoke and praised Gore's work even before he came on to bowl, and I was thoroughly impressed as well watching him. Yeah,
and I suppose it'll be interesting to see if with 2 right-handers at the crease, if we see Kareem Agor sooner rather than later. Perhaps Stephen Taylor might be held back. Hayden Walsh again doing the fielding, a live wire. You can see all the preparation that America have done for this event. They know how crucial this is for the future of the sport. As far back as the first week or second week of January, they're at the Team USA Olympic High Performance Center in Colorado, going through a specific strength and conditioning program before tours of Antigua, the UAE and Zimbabwe in preparation for here in Namibia. I think you have to give credit to USA Cricket for the way they've prepared this squad.
Yeah, and it looks like that they've got quite a well-rounded squad. Every player definitely contributing to the side. As you said, with that optional training yesterday, and only 4 players turning up, I'm not sure that's necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes players need a lot of rest, given that the tournament is so jam-packed with games.
This time there's only 1 man in the deep on the leg side. He's a deep backward square leg, so work on for Sarah Netravalkar. And again, the ball just slowing up in the field. Good work from Netravalkar, just time for 2. Talk to us, Daniel, about Pabudu Dasanayake. He just seems to be the man with the Midas touch in associate cricket.
Yeah, running the show for the USA now after so much success. A bit of an associate super coach. He's done it everywhere, as we've seen, with Nepal especially. Hand-picking, almost literally at a training. Sandeep Lamachane, I know, I think he was supposed to go, I think that was from Peter Della Penna, that he was actually supposed to go to Basant Regmi's wedding and only came and saw Sandeep almost by accident, but for him to sort of turn into the cricketer that he is only an indication that Pabudu knows what he's looking at, and he's done so well with this USA team to create a strong squad with plenty of different individual players who can definitely win matches almost single-handedly. We've seen obviously Ali Khan have a brilliant start to his tournament, but all 11 players here today can definitely do an excellent job.
Slower ball out of the back of the hand from Silva, going to be a dot. The thing I've been so struck by, having landed in Windhoek last week, is the scale of admiration and love for Pabudu Dasanayake from his entire squad. They really look up to him and respect him. He's just a great manager.
Yeah, and at the press conference before the tournament started, very well spoken. He knew exactly what their game plan was. He knows his players inside out, and he's done, as I said, a magnificent job.
Variations here from Silva. It's going to end his 5th over. Alex Dowdall's from Scotland. He calls over. Papua New Guinea there, 61 for 4. And just as we predicted, Daniel, 2 right-handers at the crease. We've seen the end of Taylor. And here comes Kareem Agore's left arm spin.
Yeah, he had a fantastic game the other day. Perhaps his figures not quite showing that, but I thought he was incredibly accurate. We still see Siaka, just being told now to go to the other side as he's going to bowl around the wicket, which both thought would happen. And left arm orthodox to right hand batsman, and bowling around the wicket is just such a key tactic for these spinners as they look to angle into the stumps and either turn the ball away from the right hander or drag onto the stumps. And Soper knows that he has cut out for him now with the left arm orthodox. We saw Taylor sort of dropping a little bit short there in his previous overs. That might have been why Netravalka brought him off. But hopefully for Soper, if he can stay solid and perhaps play with the spin and look to find that man in the deep, or perhaps even look at a backward cut here through third man.
Yeah, slightly more defensive field for Kareem Agore, but he does have a slip in. It's a 5-4 offside field. All 4 men in the deep that they're allowed. They're being used. Deep extra cover, long off, long on, and deep leg. Half a chance. It just ricochets off Soper's pads through to Malhotra, nearly a stumping opportunity.
He has had a couple of slices of luck, Soper, it must be said, but in saying that, Kareem Agore just so good on the button early, forcing a shot, but also with that fight and guile, and maybe a little bit of dip there as well, maybe with the revolutions over the ball, so important. And Kareem Agore's got plenty of natural variation which he uses to his advantage.
Beautiful KG is the shout from behind the stumps, and Kareem Agore looks like he's right into his work, getting appreciable drift as well. He's really quick through the air, Daniel.
And Soper did look for that backward cut there. But yeah, I've noticed with Gore, he varies his flight and speed through the air, and that's sometimes all you need to be an effective left-arm orthodox bowler.
Yeah, a little bit of turn on show as well. Nothing extravagant, but with this being the 3rd use of the pitch at the Affys Park ground here in Windhoek, we may see just a little bit of turn, bit of tweak. Huge appeal given. Almost looked at first like it was not going to be given by umpire Tabarek Dar, but that's the 5th wicket, and that's a crucial strike for you.
Yeah, Soper looks really disappointed with it. I think he might have actually pointed his bat. As we have a look at the replay, it'd be interesting to see what's actually happened there. But the umpire had pretty little hesitation in giving this one out, as we do see the replay coming up now.
Yeah, it was full and straight, and I just wonder, did Chad Soper think he hit the inside edge? He could be in a bit of trouble for that. He's pointed at the bat. Tabarek Dar is already on the way up. That's all that matters. That's the 5th wicket. Papua New Guinea slide further to 61 for 5.
Yeah, if it has come off his edge, it's an unlucky one for PNG, who haven't had many things go their way. I know there's been a couple of drop catches, but PNG in huge trouble now. To lose their 5th wicket now, halfway through. They do bat pretty deep, PNG. That's something that might give them some hope at bat towards the end. But the decision to bring Gore on was a pretty inspired one, and clearly a very effective one with that wicket. Happy Easter.
Just pushing towards the halfway stage of the first innings, and it's all been Team USA so far this morning, because after Asadoa Vala decided to bat first, having won the toss this morning, his side have been in all sorts of bother, because they're 61 for 5, half their wickets gone. And the new man at the crease is going to be Kipling Dorigan, a change to the published batting order. He's going to come up from number 9, he's going to come in at number 7. So perhaps a little bit of panic in the Papua New Guinea camp. And Sarav Netravalkar is going to take the ball back himself.
Kipling Doriga fitting the keeper stereotype of a player who comes in at number 7 in the order, but Netravalkar perhaps knowing that it's going to be so difficult to get singles and twos away. He started with 3 maidens. I think he's none for 3 off his 5 overs thus far. So perhaps a psychological battle here between him and the 2 Papua New Guinea batsmen. Roy Silver, I thought, was quite good in his spell. He was unlucky not to get a wicket with his very first ball of his spell with that drop catch. But for him to bowl wicket to wicket was fantastic. And we just see the ringing of the field with 2 men out, I believe, as I look towards... look around the ground. Yeah, one at sort of third man and one at square leg as he comes in now.
Yeah, deep square leg and third man, the 2 men outside the circle. So Netravalkar continuing to attack. You can see on your screen there the man at first slip as well. That's Xavier Marshall. Netravalkar's been outstanding this week for me.
Yeah, I think with the and the bowling, it's very difficult to do both roles effectively. I think in the first game he probably let the game go a little bit too far in the field, but he recovered in the second game with a brilliant performance.
Hammered over that ring field and past the despairing leap of Hayden Walsh Jr. It's going to be a boundary for a powerful shot, and Legasiaka really playing a lone hand here for Papua New Guinea.
And well fielded by the young fan in the deep there at backward point. I think Siaka kind of has realised now that he might need to push the envelope a little as we see a man go out into the deep for protection out there. It just looks like Netravalkar, he's got that square leg as protection, probably looking to angle the ball away from the right-hander here and yeah, giving himself a little bit more protection with that man going out now. I believe it's Kareem Agor. No, it's not.
No, that's Manang Patel gone out to deep extra cover. And... Sarav Netravalkar, change of angle. He's going to come around the wicket, which he did so effectively towards the end of the Namibian innings the other day. Have to ask you about celebration from Sarav Netravalkar as he affected the winning run out as USA just squeezed over the line by 2 runs. They couldn't catch him, he just kept going.
Yeah, he looked quick. He almost Usain Bolt-esque as he ran towards the support staff. Probably gave Ali Khan a run for his money with his celebration on the first day. Yeah, so effective. I mean, if that ball not hit the stumps and dislodged the bails with the run out, Namibia probably sneaked through for at least 1 overthrow, and it was probably game over for the other team.
Yeah, and it just shows the scale of the swing. Just 2 runs, the margin of victory. USA, they would have gone 0-2, but having the ball before missed a chance to win the match with Stephen Taylor's opportunity at the run out and causing an overthrow that Hayden Walsh Jr. then backed up, threw in and hit the stumps. It was just all happening. It was just remarkable.
I have not seen a delivery or a scenario like that in a match with 2 run out attempts in 1 ball like that. And then to think that the second one was a direct hit on the boundary almost. Claire Polisak giving that nod out, and having looked at it, it was a very, very close decision, that direct hit, and it's so difficult for these umpires, obviously not having the technology of the third umpire at that disposal at this tournament. But it shows you the fine margins there, and if we look back at the end of the tournament and we perhaps see the USA or Namibia miss out on the top four, they could look back at that specific moment.
Driven this time by Siaka. He's looked impressive. That's going to end the 25th over. Bring up the halfway stage of the innings. Papua New Guinea 6 for 5.
When you're ready.
And the halfway stage of the innings is going to bring about a change in the commentary box as we say thanks again to Daniel Beswick for his thoughts and efforts from emerging cricket. And we bring in the main man all the way from ESPN Cricinfo's Arches. Peter Della Penna is going to join me again today, and looks like almost a wry smile on the face today. Peter, USA maybe on top.
Oh, you wouldn't think so from the field setting at the moment. I had to say this is quite strange and a bit defensive in a lot of ways. They've had PNG under heavy pressure through most of the innings, and they've got 4 guys out on the boundary for most of the recent stretch. They've just brought long on in for the new batsman, Doriga. But the previous over...
Quick single, Hayden Walsh picks up, direct hit. But again, the Papua New Guinea running very between the wickets, so they get home for 1.
Previous over, he started with a slip and only 2 men on the boundary. You could say it was a streaky boundary, cutting it just over Walsh backward point, and boom, boom, right away. Cover sweeper and long on go back, 4 men on the boundary. They've only had 4 boundaries and a 6 by Ora in the power play. 2 of those boundaries, well, one of them was cut, was a chance put down by Taylor leaping up at second slip. But nobody's come down the track to the spinners to drive over the top. You haven't really faced any aggressiveness from the PNG batsmen. They've not really tried to go over the top of the infield. So why are you pushing the guys back right away? You've got an opportunity to keep attacking here. And I'm a bit kind of struggling to figure out why they're insistent on having 4 guys on the boundary at this stage.
Well, slightly defensive perhaps from Netravalkar, but they were attacking certainly in the first 20, and 5 Papua New Guinea wickets to fall so far. Surely the happier of the 2 captains will be Netravalkar after Asadoa Vala won the toss this morning, remember, and decided that his Papua New Guinea lineup would bat first. Were you a little surprised at that decision, winning the toss and choosing to bat, Peter?
It looked a decent wicket, and it was clear, and it still is clear all morning. And it's remarkable how much swing Ali Khan was getting. That just shows how amazing he is and what a world-class bowler he is under clear conditions. The amount of difficulty and the amount of movement he was getting to get those wickets early on. And that was huge because I thought whoever won the toss was going to bat first. But his spell, he's just having an all-time great tournament this week in World Cricket League history. I think if I go through the records, 21 wickets is I think the record for one tournament, and he's got a very good shot to break that.
He's right on track. He's got 12 in just 3 appearances so far as Netravalkar continues around the wicket. And talk to us about Ali Khan, such a star of this American side, but particularly this week he's almost been a lone warrior with the ball, taking almost all of the American attacks wickets so far.
Well, they're an excellent team without him. They showed that in the UAE on the tour there last month. They won 6 of 7 games in the 50-over format, and he only played 2 of those. But with him in the lineup, they go from being a very good team to an outstanding team. And you can see why he's in such high demand in all these T20 franchise leagues around the world.
Yeah, Andrew Leonard bringing you these pictures here with Peter Della Penna of ESPN Crick Info. And Peter, I can't have you in the box next to me and not ask you about that game against Namibia. Were you suffering heart palpitations towards the end?
Well, I tell you what, it was dramatic. No doubt about that. But if I'm being honest, it wasn't the most intelligent cricket in the last over there. Stephen Taylor, his run-out chance, he had plenty of time to throw to Saurav Netravalkar over the stumps, and they could have ended the match right there on the third ball. He had a run-out chance early in the game where instead of taking another beat, another half step, and underhanding it into the stumps, he chucked it as hard as he could, and he almost did the same thing in that situation at the end. And then the next ball, as we watch Netravalkar run in here, Birkenstock at the non-striker's end bolted before Netravalkar had even let go of the ball. So in his mind, he wasn't even bothering to wait to see where the ball went off the bat. They were running on anything. With 3 balls to go! What are you doing? Gronewald hits it back. They were trying to tip and run, but he hits it back almost straight to Netravalkar. Netravalkar underhits it into the stumps, but he could have run to the stumps. He would have beaten Gronewald in a foot race easily if he had wanted to. And
Quick single here, and he gets through as Hayden Walsh can't pick up cleanly.
Beswick, Daniel Beswick was saying before about how if he missed there, it would have been another overthrow to at least bring the scores level. So, yes, he hit the stumps, but it was a somewhat risky move when all he had to do was run to the stumps, and he still would have beaten Gronewald in a foot race by 3 or 4 yards. That's how much of an advantage he had.
Yeah, it was a remarkable game of cricket. 4 wickets in the last 2 overs. In fact, 4 wickets in the last 10 balls, because Ali Khan took 3 in the penultimate over of the match. And it was a game that it ebbed and flowed throughout, but you have to think that Namibia would have fancied their chances of chasing it down right the way through the second innings. And they really did they throw it away, or did USA pull it out of the fire? Which was it?
I felt the key turning point was the Craig Williams wicket. Driving in the air, you could tell, I think he was trying to aim over extra cover, and he got it a bit too square and picking out cover sweeper, which is essentially supposed to be a boundary saving position. It turned into a catching position with Kenji out on the boundary. But that was, I thought, a huge wicket in the context of the fact that Erasmus and Bradenkamp had fallen about 4 or 5 overs earlier, and they only really needed singles the rest of the way. So why is he trying to hit unnecessarily over the top there? And then
he was absolutely furious as well with himself when he got out.
You could see how cross he was when he came off the field. But then Ali Khan, that first wicket, 49th over, Christy Villion getting him, he was the guy who needed to see and maybe through to the end. And once they got him out and you were truly into the tail, you could see his eyes light up.
Yeah, but just how crucial was that victory for America? If they'd gone 0-2 to start their tournament, they would have been really behind the 8 ball, wouldn't they?
Well, just the emotions in that 49th over from Khan in particular. The ball before he took the 8th wicket, when Jan finally hit him for a boundary through cover, he sunk to his knees, and he was down on the field for a very long time. You could see how crushed he was and how much the significance of the moment was weighing on him. And then to come back, as Siaka looked like a possible bottom edge through his legs.
Yeah, just going to run through for 2. No signal from the umpire, so an inside edge.
For him to summon all his strength and his focus to bounce back mentally from what was a huge blow struck by Namibia on that ball, to bring it under a run of ball, and then he comes straight back with a wicket, and then Bernard Scholz,
huge appeal. Umpire Tabarak Dar gives it. Gore runs off in celebration. He punches the sky, and that's the 6th wicket. Brilliant bowling, Kareem Agor. America They've got the key because Legacy Aka falls, and that's the 6th wicket.
It's that very attacking line that Kareem Agor bowls. Never gives the batsman any width. And prodding down the wrong line, almost a carbon copy of the Chad Soper wicket, just prodding down the wrong line to an arm ball, it looked like. And Kareem now has 2 wickets, PNG in danger of possibly being bowled out for under 100 here.
Yeah, we watched the replay for a second time, and look at the appeal from Kareem Agor. The finger hadn't even gone up again. Up yet. Shades of Stuart Broad with a celeb appeal. He was already off, celebrated, hit the back pad. It looked like an easy decision for Tabarek Dar. I think that's the 3rd LBW of the innings. In fact, the 4th LBW of the innings. Gore getting 2 and Ali Khan getting 2. So America getting some decisions in their favour. Papua New Guinea fall further now. They're 74 for 6. Remember, they won the toss this morning. They chose to bat first, and that's a trend we haven't seen this week because their 9:30 a.m. starts local time, meaning that any assistance the bowlers are tending to get is early in the morning with a little bit of dew around. There was certainly a little bit of dampness in the wicket early. Papua New Guinea, they're in a hole, and they're going to have to rely on their new man Jason Keela, who's coming in at number 8. He joins Kipling Durreg and Kareem Agor, who was preferred to Nostush Kenjiji, is showing why that is.
2 wickets so far, and I'll go back to what I was discussing earlier. You've got them 74 for 6. Why is long on outside the circle? Attack. Bring your field in. Let's see them hit over the top.
Shorter, dragged down that time by Gore. Poor delivery wide. Well stopped by Malhotra. Yeah, there is a man at first slip. 2 men outside the circle. The long on isn't the whole way back, but deep mid wicket is, and 7 men in the circle at the moment. The score comes over the wicket to the left-hander. Driven, that beats the men in the circle, and that's going to be a 4 to get Keela's innings underway. 2 poor deliveries from Kareem Agor after his wicket.
Might be a little bit overeager at this point in time. He's fired up. You can see the way he ran away after that wicket. We've also got a sub-fielder on the field. Nostush Kenjige was the one who gave chase from mid-off going after that delivery. It looked like Aaron Jones left the field for, I'm guessing, a comfort break, because didn't look like he picked up any sort of injury at any point in the field.
Yeah, Kenjiji is indeed on for Aaron Jones. Interestingly, Muhammad Ali Khan just warming up a little at backward square leg, so I wonder will we see a little burst of him at some point in these middle overs as well. Slight break in play as Keela gets his equipment in order. Gore's going to continue over the wicket. Huge appeal again. Given yet another LBW. That's the 7th wicket. 2 poor deliveries for Kareem Agor, but he won't mind about that because Keela's gone for 4 on the sweep. Papua New Guinea, they're 79.
Again, attacking line on the stumps. He's not giving them any room. 2 LBWs prodding down the wrong line to full balls here. Full on the stumps. Keela goes for the sweep. Beaten too full for the shot, really. And anytime you miss on a sweep, it's just going to look ugly in general.
In that one for Tabarek Dar, and even though we've had 5 LBWs on the card, all 5 of them looking fairly adjacent, to say the least, Peter.
Just some very, very attacking lines all throughout the morning here for USA, and they've got an opportunity not just to win, but if they roll PNG here, you could have an opportunity for a significant net run rate boost, which is the tournament tiebreaker for those not familiar with World Cricket League format, and every ball counts whether you win or lose. Especially if you lose, you want to stretch the game out as long as possible to reduce the net run rate hit you'll take, and that's why Canada's loss the other day was really, it looks like you're going to go down to heavy defeat, and PNG here at the moment from their standpoint, you got to look at damage control. Just bat up the 50 overs and then pray you can stretch the game as long as you can, because if USA bowls them out cheaply here, they could be chasing this in 25 or 30 overs.
Yeah, an interesting move now from Sarav Netravalkar, because he's decided that it's time to strike and go back to Ali Khan and get him back into the attack from his favourite end, where he's taken his 3 wickets already. He's the leading wicket taker in the tournament. Do you think this is a good move, Peter? Get your main man back into the attack.
Now this is what I call attacking cricket. Some of the field settings, not quite there. But bringing Ali Khan back, he's looking to finish off the game. He's not looking to let this go to 50 overs. Netravalkar wants to kill this off now.
Yeah, and here he comes, Ali Khan. Edged immediately, but to the man at third man. It's going to beat him with that extreme pace of Ali Khan. It's going to be a boundary to start. And I suppose Papua New Guinea, they've continued to show aggressive intent with their innings. And they're going to live by the side and die by the sword. That's Kipling Dorega. That's a boundary for the new man at the crease is Norman Vanua, and he's known for his big hitting as well.
Well, I'm sure you'll remember very well as an Irishman, Lenny, back in 2015 at the World T20 qualifier, he produced phenomenal performance to beat Ireland at the death.
That's a beauty from Ali Khan. Is it fair to refer to that game in Belfast as an infamous game rather than a famous one in Irish history?
I think it ended what was at the time a 21-match win streak in World T20 qualifying matches for Ireland. They were so dominant, and that you could almost trace back to is the start of the snowball effect of where they've kind of gone backwards in T20 cricket. Not only did they lose that game, they lost to Hong Kong later in group play, and then Netherlands in the semifinal, and then, of course, very famously or infamously, Oman in India.
Yeah, perhaps the beginning of the end of the glory days for the Irish side in the T20 format, but they now are looking to come back with a new captain. Paul Sterling captained indeed in the Oman quadrangular, and just some signs of them coming back to form in that format as well.
Well, Mr. Pointer saved Ireland some serious embarrassment on the very last ball of that tournament for them, hitting Paul Van Makeren for the winning runs off the very final ball, or else for six into the balcony.
Yeah, great stuff from the Durham wicket-keeper, Pointer, who's back up in the northeast of England playing what could be his final season of county cricket. But back to the action here at East Park. It's ICC World Cricket League Division 2 in Namibia 2019, and after a far from ideal start for USA to their campaign, an opening day defeat for Oman, they bounce back with a nail-biting 2-run victory over host Namibia, and they are right up here, Peter, against Papua New Guinea.
Well, we saw how effective Ali Khan was wiping out the Namibian tail. He's got a shot here for a 6-wicket haul if he gets his Yorkers right. Just like that.
Yeah, right on the call there, and you can see he's going to look to go full and straight, and Xavier Marshall saves an overthrow there. Good work from him at first slip.
Not just an overthrow, he saved 5 penalty runs. For a moment I thought the ball was going to hit the helmet.
Yeah, Ali Khan just throwing the ball through in frustration. And Vanua is known for his big hitting, and he's a dangerous striker all down the order, but with more than 20 overs to bat, will he stick or twist here?
Well, at the moment, in the immediate term right here, you've got to see off Ali Khan's overs. If USA is looking to strike and kill off the game here, you've got to blunt Ali Khan and hope that you see off his final 4 overs and take your chances on somebody else.
Full and straight inside edge. How unlucky for Ali Khan. That could have been his 4th wicket. It's going to fly to the boundary. The Chinese cut, and that sound off the bat was a very faint inside edge. Fortune for Norman Vanua.
Missed leg stump by inches. You heard a very, very thin woody sound off the bat, and we're on the angle at long off here where it looked like it was going to cannon straight into leg stump. I don't know how it missed. Fine leg, very, very wide there, so no chance to cut it off to save the boundary. And valuable runs. They'll take a 4 off Ali Khan any way they can get it.
Yeah, the form bowler of the tournament. He's got 12 wickets so far, the leading wicket taker at World Cricket League Division 2 here in Namibia. Kareem Agor is going to be continuing. And no surprise with that. 2 wickets in his last over, 2 LBWs. He's going to be bowling to the PNG wicketkeeper, Kipling Doriga. Drag down, cut away, just be a single.
Go back to this again, though. You've got long on out to a right-hander. If anything, he would be hitting against the turn there to the left-arm spinner. If you bring him in and he tries that shot, you're creating an opportunity for a top edge. So why not bring him in here? You've got them 88 for 7, 89 for 7.
Yeah, the same field for both batsmen. So long on staying out for Norman Vanua alongside a deep extra cover and a deep mid-wicket. So 3 men outside the circle. First slip in place, 6 inside. Super fielding from Hayden Walsh Jr. at backward point, saving runs again. Hasn't been any great demons in the pitch so far this morning. Perhaps a little assistance for the seam bowlers, but no great turn.
Well, Gore is somebody who kind of bowls on a flatter trajectory than Kenjige does, so he's not going to generate too much turn to begin with, and with those attacking lines he bowls, he's looking to get bowled and LBW into play with that arm ball, the one that doesn't spin. There's still slight variations.
An inside edge, super work from Xavier Marshall at first slip. He juggles it off the bounce. He's very quick through the air, Gore really pushes it through.
You rarely ever see somebody come down the track to him. Kenjige will get wickets stumped because he teases a little bit more with flight, whereas Gore pulls a little bit flatter, keeps the batsman pinned to the crease. And that's where those LBWs come into play. And he's got 3 of them so far.
Yeah, 5 LBWs on the card. We'll show you the batting card at the end of this over. Just a reminder, if you're only joining us for the first time today, Papua New Guinea captain Asadoa Vala, he won the toss this morning and he chose to bat first in a change to what has been the conventional norm so far this week. There's the batting card. It's coming up on your screens now, and really nothing to shout about outside of Legacy Aka's 32.
And that came after he was dropped on not. So if things are looking bleak for Papua New Guinea, you can imagine how much worse they could be if that, albeit difficult chance, Stephen Taylor at second slip didn't burst through his hands and go to the boundary for 4, and then again he was dropped on 14 at deep square leg, deep mid wicket by Gore. Gore's only blemish on the day, otherwise he's been fantastic. But Roy Silva could have had a wicket.
Yeah, Gore just be surprised by how quickly it came to him. But USA continuing to go for the jugular here with their strike bowler Ali Khan with the ball in hand from the near commentary position end. Kareem 3 for 12 off his 4 overs. Super stuff from him. Muhammad Ali Khan 3 for 32 from 7. One of the first superstars of the modern era of USA cricket. Ali Khan, perhaps, Peter?
Well, the sky's the limit for him, the way he's gone the last 9 months. It's remarkable to think about because there was a stage where he was almost ready to give up the game altogether. He was quite frustrated at the number of injuries he had accumulated, lack of opportunities that meant he was getting as a result, and getting picked up by the Winnipeg Hawks in the Global T20 Canada was the first step towards getting back on track.
Short ball pulled into the deep. This could be the 4th wicket. Dropped. That's Roy Silva at fine leg. I think that carry, that's going to have to go down as a drop chance.
He did not read the ball well off the bat at all. He almost seemed caught off guard by the chance. Ali Khan attacking with the short ball. Hurried Doriga top edge sailed toward deep fine leg, and Silva had time to get under, but again, it didn't look like he read it well off the bat. Had to hurry forward late, dove, looked like he got two hands to it, but couldn't come up with it, and it's a missed opportunity. And as a consequence of that, now Kareem Agor has been swapped out with Silva at deep fine leg because they see that as a catching opportunity. If he's going to go short and try and bounce these guys out, and they're going to be teased into that hook, deep fine leg turns into a catching position. You want somebody with safe hands out there, but they put Gore out there who dropped a chance earlier, deep square leg. So pick your poison.
No worse feeling as a fielder being replaced in your position shortly after a drop chance, but that's what's happened to Roy Silva. He's been switched to square leg. Full and straight, a full toss this time from Ali Khan, and a misfield from Sarav Netravalkar. That's really poor. He got down in the long barrier position and he's given up 2 runs. Sloppy from USA, back-to-back deliveries, a drop catch and a misfield. They'll be disappointed with that.
Well, you could excuse some poor fielding on the first match of the tournament on that United outfield, which is one of the most treacherous outfields I think I've ever seen in an associate cricket tournament, or any tournament for that matter. But the Wanderers outfield and this Affys Park outfield are fine. I'm at a loss to try and explain why they're having so many misfields.
Slower ball that time from Ali Khan, just worked down to third man for a single. I think just to give Roy Silva some defence, it looked to me like it dipped on him. At first it was appearing to go straight down his throat, but it just dipped on him a bit. And as he reached forward, he did 2 hands to it, but the chance went down.
Well, the only other defence I could also make from him is that he's staring into the sun. The sun is coming over us behind where we're positioned at long off, where Ali Khan is bowling to the batsman, and so at deep fine leg, he's staring to the sun, but he's got sunglasses on. So he I think he could have made a better effort at that one.
Full and straight again from Ali Khan. Another fumble and a misfield from this time it's come from Aidan Walsh Jr. of all people. He knocks it past Tinal Patel, and an incredibly frustrating over for Team USA, because instead of having a wicket, they have a drop catch, 2 misfields, and 5 runs to the total. Papua New Guinea now 97 for 4. Sorry, excuse me, correction, Peter, 94 for 7.
And if you're Ali Khan, you're getting that opportunity to kill the game off here and create that chance. This is exactly why you bring him off back into the attack instead of keeping those 4 overs back for the death overs. And for him to create an opportunity and not to capitalize on it, you can see he's got hands on hips now. He's a little bit frustrated, understandably so.
Going to be Kareem Agor to continue from the pavilion end at Affys Park. Such euphoria early in the innings for America. And Ali Khan just signalling to the subs bench, perhaps he's going to be coming off. Wonder, will we see a break in his spell? Who would you like to see coming on bowling from the near end now, Peter?
If you want to attack, I think it might be worth bringing Stephen Taylor back.
Hit down the ground. That's going to be more runs for Papua New Guinea, because they're continuing to play their shots here, and Kipling Dorega's got 4 more. That's a glorious shot.
Again, USA looking a bit suspect in the field. Saurabh Netravalkar, who's arguably the weakest fielder in this USA side, he's at mid-off right now for Gore, and he looked slow to react to that one. More agile fielder possibly could have turned that one into a chance. Instead, he doesn't even get a hand to it, and it goes for 4.
Yeah, some frustrating signs for Team USA, having had the perfect start really this morning, having lost the toss. And Papua New Guinea 99 for 7. Will they be thinking if they can get up to 160, 180, they could still be in the match?
Well, and you got a leg spinner like CJ Amini. USA historically has had trouble against spin. If they get a total like that on a second inning wicket, could pose some problems for USA's middle order, especially in these tense scenarios in the World Cricket League.
Yeah, it was interesting when we had you on 2 days ago, Peter. You said, God, I think Namibia are going to chase this comfortably. And I said, hold on, Peter, it's the World Cricket League. We don't do easy in these events. It just doesn't happen. And as we saw, I think I said to you about 12 overs out, 3 results are still possible. And it went right to the second or third last ball. Just a bit of assistance coming on for the physio for Ali Khan. He just wants a spray or maybe a little bit of a drink. Alex Dowdall's giving him his marching orders to the physio, telling him to get off the pitch. And we are going to see a change in bowling. And speaking of legs, it's going to be Timil Patel back into the attack.
Timil hasn't had the greatest tournament so far. These first 3 games. His first over today went for 8 runs. At his pace, you've got to keep the ball full, because if he goes fractionally short, you get slaughtered over the leg side, which is what happened on that last ball for his first over, and he got yanked out of the attack straight away. But he's got an opportunity here. He's known for knocking over the tail pretty quickly when he does come on, and now with PNG 7 down, this could be an opportunity for him to get his confidence back up, because he's been short wickets so far this week in Namibia.
Yeah, and we haven't seen a huge amount of variation from Timil Patel. Perhaps surprisingly, he's used his googly very sparingly so far. We might see it in operation here against the lower order of Papua New Guinea. He bowled nicely the other day against Namibia, in fairness.
He bowled a good containing spell, but you want a leg spinner to attack. And I didn't really see any signs of any wicket-taking balls coming out of him in that spell. He contained. It was a good economical spell in the context of the match, kept the runs down, but he never really threatened to take a wicket.
Any reason you think why he's not using his googly so much?
Well, the last couple of years, he's had some recurring shoulder issues, and in the Tour of Dubai last month, he only played a couple of matches, and quite often you would see him on the sidelines with his shoulder wrapped up in ice. If you talk to the USA camp, they'll reassure you that it's just precautionary and there's nothing wrong with him, but you never know.
Oh, that's a beauty from Timil Patel. Big appeal given. A very faint outside edge through to Jaskaran Malhotra. And yet another decision goes in the favour of Team USA. And you said he might come on through the tail. There's his first wicket.
Well, he's good at that. He's known for getting these tailenders out cheaply. And so a good positive move. Just a well-flighted ball on that good length. Didn't have to play at that. Kind of a loose shot by Norman Vanua. Playing well away from his body. And to the shot. Produces the edge. And a big confidence booster for Timil Patel.
Yeah, and there was definitely a noise. We could hear that from our commentary position with the bat away from the pad. Looked like an easy decision for Alex Dowdall's, but Norman Vanua wasn't happy. Outstretched his arms.
I think he's just upset at himself because, as we saw in the replay, there was no reason to play at that. Shoulder arms, leave it alone. You've got 17 overs left to see out. You need to stretch the innings out as long as you can. You can afford to leave some deliveries alone here to extend the innings. And that was on a stump line. Could have very easily been left for a dot ball. Instead, he's on his way back to the pavilion.
Yeah, that was the wicket that America needed so badly. Papua New Guinea, they're exactly 100 for 8. We're going to take a drinks break here. We'll be back with you in 2 or 3 minutes. Too excited, Charlie. Yeah, welcome back here to Affy's Park in wonderful Windhoek. Beautiful southwest Africa. We're in Namibia for ICC World Cricket League Division 2. And that's the Papua New Guinea card. Asado Avala this morning, the PNG captain, he won the toss and decided to bat first. A change of tact from many of the captains this week. And it couldn't have gone much worse for him so far. Papua New Guinea, they're 100 for 8. And Team USA, they're right on top. I'm Andrew Leonard. I'm bringing these pictures, and I'm delighted to be joined by ESPN Cricinfo's Peter Della Penna. He'll be with us for another few overs. And I was at the toss this morning, Peter, and Sarah of Netravalker let out an audible gasp when Asado Avala said, "We'll bat first." Another big appeal, not out, and that's such a surprise at the decision at the toss.
From my perspective, he was probably letting out a guess more that he lost yet another toss. He can't seem to pick right. Heads, tails, double-sided, same-sided, doesn't matter. He can't win anything at the toss, but he's doing much better beyond the toss. With his bowling, he's been fantastic with his economy. And I think it's something that gets ignored at times. He hasn't taken wickets. He's been a fantastic part of the week. Ali Khan's been getting the credit for the wickets so far today, and the other two matches as well. He's got 3 wickets today. But I think a massive assist goes to Saurabh Netravalkar for the pressure he's built at the other end to allow Ali Khan to continue to attack and make the batsman feel under pressure, leading to those wickets. If you have somebody who's leaking runs at the other end, as a batsman, you have the opportunity to see off Ali Khan. You don't feel like you need to score runs against him because you're getting free runs from the other end. That hasn't happened with Netravalkar bowling. Yeah,
an underrated effort from Netravalkar this week. That's a nice late cut from Kipling Doriga. You'll get a couple for that. And the new man at the crease, who we haven't announced to you yet, that's Pakana, Nasana Pakana. I don't know much about him, Peter. Relatively new into the squad, Pakana.
Young bowler. I haven't seen much of him either. Fresh into the team. Relatively fresh anyway. But what I do know is that PNG are 8 wickets down, and you've got a left-arm spinner bowling to 2 right-handers with no slip in place. Opening the face of the bat to run a single the previous delivery, to the previous delivery, put a slip in.
Yeah, and Kareem Agor just starting to find some turn as well. Perhaps this third use wicket at this Affy's Park ground just starting to show signs of the wear and tear of the first 2 matches. And that will give some hope to Papua New Guinea with their spin attack. Ali Khan, a little bit of a fumble. They get through for a quick single. Kareem Agor so effective so far. He's got 3 for 19, now 3 for 20 into his 6th over, and America, they're going to want to end this innings before the 50.
I think an attacking move, and now we see it, the slip does come back, and Marshall moves from short third man to slip for Pakana. But why not have the slip in for both guys here? I'm trying to see, there's no reason not to attack here. You could even take your cover sweeper out, again, force them to hit over the top, force them to hit a boundary through the offside, force them to attack. You can get another wicket, edging to slip, bold, LBW, whatever it may be, but keep that fielding and keep attacking if you're USA at the moment. There's no reason not to.
Yeah, shades of actually America's innings on their opening day against Oman. Just nothing going for Papua New Guinea. They're 8 wickets down, and they're in big danger of being bowled out inside the 50 overs. And not only would America be looking at possibly getting the win in the crucial 2 points, but as Peter Della Penna has already alluded to, chasing that down in jig time and getting a huge net run rate boost, which, to use a football analogy, almost is like another goal.
Own goal, away goal, yeah. Away goal, Champions League.
Nice late cut there from Doriga. That's going to be at least 2. Hayden Walsh is quick and he can't pull it in. It's going to be a boundary 4. Signalled by Alex Dowdles. How crucial can net run rate be in these World Cricket League events? It almost always seems to come into play.
Well, if you think back to some other tournaments in the past, even here in Namibia, there was World Cricket League Division 2 in 2015, where at that time, that's where Nepal got into the World Cricket League Championship for the first time. And on that final day, Netherlands were way behind the 8 ball. And I can't remember the opponent specifically. It may have been Kenya, jogging my memory, but whoever it was they played in that tournament, they bowled them out for, I think, 65 or 70, and they entered the day with a massive deficit, and they went all out, and I think they chased it in 6 overs or 7 overs. So keeping those kind of things in mind, you can get a sense of how desperate some teams are in these situations, especially leading into the last day when everything's on the line, that they'll throw the kitchen sink out, and doesn't matter if in that situation, if Netherlands gets bowled out for 60 chasing a short target, if they're going to go pedal to the metal in those first 10 overs to try and erase that deficit, and it just creates some incredibly exciting cricket.
Yeah, it adds a whole layer of dynamics as Doriga looked for the sweep shot, came off the inside edge, down to the vacant fine leg region. They got through for 2, and really interestingly, we're going to see Kareem Magor come off, because I think Ali Khan is going to be given yet another burst and chance at another 5-wicket haul for Ali Khan with 2 wickets still to be taken.
It's a smart move by USA, and I think a foolish move by the batsman right there. Lack of game awareness, because you've got Doriga, who at under 19 level for Papua New Guinea was an outstanding batsman, and he scored a very solid half-century I saw in 2017 in Dubai in the last round of the World Cricket League Championship, so he can score some runs. But taking 2 right there off the last ball, you just put a tail under on strike for Khan. So Netravalkar and the USA leadership wise to it in the field, seeing an opportunity with a tail ender exposed on strike instead of Doriga starting the over on strike. No reason not to gamble here and bring Ali Khan back for his 9th over in an effort to get his 4th and 5th wickets.
Yeah, spot on. And a few people were a little critical that Ali Khan didn't bowl his 10 overs against Oman. Only bowled 8, and certainly looks to be learning from that today. Sarah Travalkar gets his trump card back into the attack. I'm going to apologise to Peter for the Trump pun there. As Ali Khan has a ball in hand, 12 wickets in the tournament, the leading wicket taker so far. 2 wickets needed for another 5-wicket haul for the main man.
And first up, you can see why it was a bit foolish for Papua New Guinea, for Doriga to take 2 off that last ball the previous over, because Pokana, judging by that first delivery, looks a bit out of his depth against a bowler of the class of Ali Khan. And right away you see Xavier Marshall come to slip. I'm a bit surprised he wasn't at slip actually to start the over. Got an opportunity to attack. Might even be worthwhile to put a second slip in place, because Stephen Taylor took one at second slip earlier, had another chance go through his hands at second slip. He's moving from mid-wicket over to short extra cover, with Jones moving up from mid-off, kind of tighter into the ring.
Yeah, just bowling length at the moment, Ali Khan, not looking for the Yorker. And you can see Pokana just a touch tentative on the back foot immediately for both deliveries from Ali Khan. And
you've got deep fine leg Monarch in place. You've got a third man Gore in place. You've got a deep square leg out for a possible hook shot as well with deep fine leg. But that cover sweeper, you can afford to bring him in right now and throw him in at second slip if you really want to. 4 men out in the boundary with Ali Khan bowling 8 wickets down.
That's Fuller and Strader, Ali Khan's trademark Yorker, well dug out by Masania Pakana. certainly in the team as a bowler as opposed to a batter, but we were speaking with the PNG coaching staff this morning. They fancy themselves as batting all the way down.
Well, I think at this level everybody does. We saw Birkenstock when Namibia didn't bowl, batted at number 9 the other day. So you see a team like Canada, Hero Patel, who opened for Canada in the World Cup in 2011, I think came in at number 9 or number 10 the day, or was listed to come in at those spots.
Full and straight, nicely clipped off his legs by Pakana, growing in confidence. And the man at square leg hasn't reacted to that. It's going to go all the way for 4. Ali Khan searching for wickets, perhaps striving, going a bit too full and straight, and that's a crucial boundary 4 for PNG.
Nice flick off the pads there by Pokana, but I don't mind that if I'm USA, and I still see no reason not to attack. Xavier Marshall looked like he might come at his slip. Jaskran Malhotra is kind of looking for a signal from the captain at mid-off, and he's convinced Netravalka that Marshall's worth keeping in its slip, which is the right move. You got to keep attacking here. At 113 for 8, your strike bowler, best bowler in the tournament, looking for wickets.
Full and straight, well kept out by Pakana. Pakana with a list A best of just 5 with the bat. So Ali Khan would be licking his lips. The prospect of another wicket, but no dice yet.
And we've seen that cover sweeper has indeed come in now, get that extra fielder in the ring. So a positive move there. Still got deep fine leg, deep square leg, and third man out on the rope as Ali Khan comes in for his 4th wicket.
Shorter this time. Perhaps the pitch just flattening out a touch after some early assistance for Ali Khan. That's going to end the 36th over. Papua New Guinea 113 for 8. It's also going to end Peter Della Penna's stint in the box next to us. And Peter, thank you, and ask hopefully we might see you again in the second innings.
Well, I think a large part of that depends on how many PNG posts, because if it's a short chase, don't think there'll be time for me to come back on.
Well, many thanks, Peter, and a quick change in the commentary box because one American voice will be replaced by another as we lose Peter Della Penna's dulcet tones from ESPN Cricinfo and replaced by the slightly more gruff tones, perhaps, of the head of USA Cricket, Eric Parthen. Eric, a big smile on your face this morning, to say the least.
Absolutely, and I think those gruff tones are even worse given the cheering that we've been doing here this morning. A great start for Team USA, and much better than the last time I was in the box when we were playing Oman on the first game. So,
yeah, big smile. Eric Parthen, the head of USA Cricket, the new national governing body for the sport in America. Swept powerfully in front of square. That's a superb shot from Doriga. That's going to be a boundary 4, and it rises over the hill. Still a long way to go in this game. And Eric, I know you're relatively new to cricket, but from your experience of World Cricket Leagues, there's always ebbs and flows. This game's by no means over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen it, virtually in every World Cricket League, games that can swing at any moment, and the game is never over. And I think we saw that the other day against our game against Namibia. Who could have counted us out early in that game, and the boys fought back and stayed with it and kept their intensity in all forms of the game, and ultimately did enough to win that game. So, absolutely, none of the guys out here in this field are hopefully letting down.
Swept again into the air, taken. That's a superb catch from Roy Silva. Timul Patel is delighted with that. Doriga had just hit a boundary. He looked to repeat the dose, but it went straight to Roy Silva, who's dropped a catch earlier in the innings. He makes ends. Superb stuff from Timul Patel. Papua New Guinea 9 down now.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a bit of relief though for Roy Silva given that catch that he dropped earlier, and gets to come back and take that one there as number 9 on the board, and hopefully more chasing here.
Just going to take a look at the replay, Eric. It was full again from Timul Patel, showing guts to throw it up, and as our cameraman just gets around to, you see Roy Silva take a super catch about head height and it into the sky, because that's the 9th wicket. Papua New Guinea 117 for 9. And a reminder, just joining us for the first time today, they won the toss this morning. They chose to bat first. So USA right back in the ascendancy. Eric, I must ask you, 2 days ago, that was about as an emotional a game of cricket or any sport that I've ever seen, and a remarkable final 20 minutes in conclusion to the match.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a fun game to be part of, and just a true testament to this team out on the field here. The way they fought, they supported each other, they picked each other up when that was necessary, and they never gave up. And that's the American spirit in team sports. And these guys certainly showed that the other day against Namibia. The home team who had a growing crowd throughout the game that was there to support them, and they kept their focus and ultimately got it done in a spectacular play by Sir Rob at the end. So,
and can you speak to us a little bit about the scale of swing between going 0-2 and being 1-1, and now you're on top of PNG? You could be 2-1 by the end of the day. How big a difference did that win make?
It certainly makes a difference. But this team came into this event incredibly confident, and I would have been equally as confident if we'd lost that game that their focus would have been there and they would have fought back on these last 3 games. And as we just talked about, World Cricket Leagues always come down to the last day, and I'm sure it would have. And so we definitely were glad to be on the winning side of that one. But these guys are focused, they're confident, they're looking forward to every game and taking one at a time.
Yeah, and good stuff from Timo Patel. He looks really into his rhythm now all of a sudden, as Ali Khan limbers up in front of our composition here. What a star he's been this week. Turns and gives us a smile, perhaps listening into a few of our words. Eric, very close to the action here today. That's going to end the 37th over. Papua New Guinea 117 for 9. Just want to talk to you a little bit, Eric, about that team spirit, the cohesion in the unit. I'm not exaggerating by saying it's the most impressive thing I've seen at any national team level. That there's just a wonderful spirit built up by Pubudu Dasanayake.
Yeah, absolutely, and all the credit goes to Pubudu. We saw at World Cricket League 4 more than 2 years ago that we didn't have that team spirit. We were fortunate enough to win that competition, but it was nowhere near the level of this competition, and it was a team that was not playing together, and they weren't supporting each other, and we recognized that. And we tried to address that with an Olympic camp at the Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs right after that, and spent no time on cricket. Everything there was spent on, the psychology of the game, the teamwork, goal setting, strength and conditioning, and just trying to bring that group closer. And that was the beginning of that journey, and we're seeing the results of that nearly 2 years later.
I presume that cohesion hasn't come overnight. It's been part of a long process that Pubudu and his staff have been trying to build up.
Absolutely, and it's part of our selection process as well. I think for long in the United States, we had to pick the best players regardless of the attitude they brought and the teamwork they brought, and we made that a priority of our selection process. That yes, we want talent, but we also want the right character of guys. We want guys that are going to sacrifice and do the little things, and they hold each other accountable, which I think is a great attribute of this team, and we're seeing that in the results here in Namibia.
Kareem Agor back into the attack with his left arm spin. He's been superb today, and you could see that team spirit in the celebrations after the Namibia win. I think there's a relief in there as well, but such emotion.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, what a way to win, coming down with 2 balls left, and I think with 3 overs left, it looked like we wouldn't be able to climb that mountain, and ultimately we did, and just, relief. And these guys have worked so hard, and that's, what I'm most proud of, regardless of the results here in Namibia, the sacrifices that these guys have made, the support of their employers, the support of their families, the support of everyone around them to allow them to sacrifice at the level they have, to really come here and perform like they have, and it's certainly paying off. That game against Namibia was just the first step, and hopefully we'll continue to make the steps that we have, and ultimately be playing for first and second here in a few days.
Can we just ask you a little bit about what one-day international status might mean for the sport in America, and the future of the sport generally is starting to become perhaps a force at international level?
Yeah, this is so important, and we've put a tremendous amount of effort and resource into preparing for this competition. Immediately after Oman, World Cricket League 3, this brings ODI status, which will be fantastic for these guys to have the opportunity to play meaningful games against members, and give the hopes and dreams of every 8 or 9-year-old kid out there that's picking up a cricket bat for the first time, that they can potentially see themselves playing against their heroes from India or Pakistan or Bangladesh or wherever it may be. So ODI status is big. We get increased funding from the ICC, which is certainly helpful in the way we prepare all of our teams, but arguably most importantly is we'll have about 36 funded games from the ICC that just going to allow us to grow and develop this game. And Cricket League structure, as great as it's been and as great as these games have been, it hasn't been enough regular cricket. And to have 36 games in a little over 2 years will really give us an opportunity.
Hit down the ground towards Ali Khan. Just bounce and misfield by Ali Khan. It's skidded on off the turf, and he's disappointed with that. Timul Patel holds his hands on his hips. Crucial late runs for Papua New Guinea. I suppose those 36 ODIs that you would gain over the next 2.5 years, it's a certainty of those fixtures. It's the planning it will allow you do as a governing body.
Yeah, it's the planning, it's a certainty, and it's really an opportunity to start to develop talent, which is so important. In these World Cricket Leagues, we've had to take the best 14 guys, and it doesn't matter how old they are, it doesn't matter how young they are. We've taken the 14 guys that we believe are going to help us win. In kind of structure, we can now start to take maybe 10 core guys and then 4 developing players that we want to bring into that team culture that's so important. We want to start to feel the pressure of what this big-time cricket means. It's a tremendous development opportunity, and that's arguably what we're most excited about if we're successful in getting to the next level here.
Yeah, just a reminder for those of you watching at home or maybe in work on this Easter Tuesday, it's ICC World Cricket League Division 2 here, but 4 of the 6 sides will gain not just one-day international status, but they will also gain a place in ICC Cricket World Cup League 2, which will start in July 2019. So 4 sides, the top 4 sides in the round-robin stages will join Scotland, Nepal and the UAE, and they'll be guaranteed 36 ODIs, a bevy of riches of fixtures for those sides over the next 2.5 years.
And from everything we've heard, the plan is not to just play those 36, but given that you'll be competing in a triangular series, you play a couple T20s on the front end, you play a couple T20s back end, so you're just getting incredible amounts of cricket for arguably, as discounted of a price as you can, given the ICC support on flights and hotels. And it's just a tremendous opportunity that all of us are fighting for, and hopefully, can be successful in.
Yeah, that's the end of the 39th over. Papua New Guinea now 125 for 9. Andrew Leonard bringing these pictures with the USA Cricket Project Manager. That's Eric Parthen to my right. Let's just take a look at the USA bowling figures so far. Muhammad Ali Khan, the star of the show, the star of the week so far from a USA perspective. He's got 3 for 41, but Kareem Agor's left arm spin has been crucial. He's got 3 for 21, and he's got the ball in hand again. He might be looking to pick up a 4 for Timul Patel with 2 wickets with his leg spin as well. Nicely bowled by Kareem Agor. What's impressed you most about the squad this week? What have you been happiest with, Eric?
It's pretty easy to say Ali Khan, but again, it's back to that, just the teamwork and the support that these guys have, the time they're spending in meetings every night, breaking down the competition.
Just comes off the under edge of the bat, and Xavier Marshall's got work to do running back from first slip. Just going to be 2 more runs to the total. Late runs coming from Buchanan. And it's Damien Ravu who's with him.
These guys were in a 2-hour meeting last night, breaking down every aspect of Papua New Guinea here. We knew those first 3 wickets were critical.
Bowled him, and that's going to end the innings. Brilliant from Kareem Agor. Kept a little bit low, struck the off stump. Celebrations for Team USA, and that's the end of the Papua New Guinea innings. They're bowled out with more than 10 overs to bat after winning the toss. Papua New Guinea 127 all out, and what that means is that Team USA will need 128 to win and to second consecutive victory here at World Cricket League Division 2 in Namibia. Delight for this American side. If we can bring you the replay of that last wicket, well, we can bring you a replay of the celebration, and all that matters is the off stump is knocked out of the ground, and I've got Eric Parks, and the big man can't stop smiling.
Yeah, no, what a great innings by Team USA. I'm sure Karima's glad to pick up the few wickets that he did there after dropping that early catch, and such a great addition to our team. A 20-year-old kid that just feels no pressure, goes out there and performs in important situations. We give him the ball to close out, and he does so. So just a great innings by Team USA. Go and grab a lunch and be back out hopefully for a relatively quick chase, which will hopefully help that net run rate as well. So
yeah, just going to find out as soon as we can whether or not we'll actually return. Yeah, looks like we're going to come back out in 10 minutes time for probably 5 or 6 overs, particularly with America quick through their overs with their spinners. Means we'll come back out for 5 or 6 overs before the innings break, meaning that PNG will have a chance to make amends, perhaps get an early breakthrough or two. Let's take a look at the batting card. Not much success for Papua New Guinea. Really just Legacy Aka and Kipling Dorigo of any innings of any note. The top Papua New Guinea card looking more like a phone number really, 7282. And Papua New Guinea bowled all out for 127. So we'll look at those Team USA bowling figures. Eric, you must be delighted with the all-round effort here. Again, wickets for Ali Khan, but Netravalkar so impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, again, this is a true team, and every day somebody different, has an opportunity to step up, and we see that, with Ali and Surab leading the way, but bowling well today, and it just, again, it's this team is so tight and so supportive, and they know that someone's always going to be there to pick them up, and we've seen that in batting, even against Namibia. The top of the order didn't perform as well as I think liked, and then you have Aaron Jones and Hayden Walsh come in and carry us through, and again, that's just the spirit of this team. They'll fight, and they know that the next man up is going to have their back, and that's what I think we're all most proud about is that culture that we've created. And as you said, it wasn't overnight. It's taken every bit of the last 2+ years, but we're really seeing the fruits of that labor, and hopefully that's a culture that will become the new USA culture in this country, and a team that sticks together. They fight together, they support each other, they sacrifice when they need to. We've got Janissar Khan over there that's been part of this side for the last couple of years, and we discovered a young talent like Kareem Agor, and obviously Janissar is not on that playing 14, but just a great team guy, supportive. He's helping every guy out there. You wouldn't know that his situation what it was, and I think that's just part of that culture. Obviously, that's also the individual that Janissar is, but I think that's just that team culture that everyone's here to do whatever's necessary to get us to that ultimate goal of ODI status at the end of this tournament. So,
yeah, you're hearing from Eric Parthen there, the head of USA Cricket, and with those words, we're going to leave you because Papua New Guinea, they've been bowled out for 127. USA are going to need 128 to win. Don't go too far though. We'll be back with you in about 7 or 8 minutes for a few overs before the innings break.
Cricket Clubs, cricket management like never before. Go to cricketclubs.com now to register your league or competition for free. Cricket Clubs is designed with local and amateur cricket in mind. No wonder the world is turning to Cricket Club. Get live scoring, player stats, live streaming and much more at your fingertips. Cricket Store also offers high quality cricket clothing and equipment. Download the app or visit our website now. Cricket Clubs, cricket management like never before. Go to cricketclubs.com now to register your league or competition for free. Cricket Clubs is designed with local and amateur cricket in mind. No wonder the world is turning to Cricket Club. Get live scoring, player stats, live streaming and much more at your fingertips. Cricket Store also offers high quality cricket clothing and equipment. Download the app or visit our website now.
Yeah, welcome back to beautiful Windhoek in Southwest Africa. You've got the Papua New Guinea card on your screen there. Andrew Leonard coming back here now in ICC World Cricket League Division 2. Just a short interval because Papua New Guinea had been bowled out for 127 inside 40 overs. And I've got Eric Parthen next to me here, the USA project manager, USA Cricket project manager, and big smile on his face. Happy with the first half of the game so far?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, again, a great team performance. Everybody, played their role in that. The guys that, had miscues early, all rebounded from that. Kareem Agor with a great bowling effort. Roy Silva making the catch on the ninth wicket. Just, again, this team, I'm so proud of the way that they fight and the way they stick together, and that's all credit to Poobadoo and the leadership that he's given this team.
Yeah, it's going to be Xavier Marshall and Madank Patel to open up the batting for Team USA. And with the ball for Papua New Guinea, Nusena Pakana, with his left arm seam, we saw him batting right-handed towards the tail end of the innings, but tall, young left arm seamer, just 23 years of age, and causing some early problems for Marshall. It was interesting yesterday, Eric, it was an optional training session for Team USA, and 4 players came to have a hit, and that included Xavier Marshall. Yeah,
absolutely. And Xavier, wants to get going. He's such an incredible player. I think everyone saw that through the performances that he had over in UAE in this pre-tour, and I think he's been a bit frustrated the last 2 days, not doing what he knows he's capable of. And he spent some time in the nets yesterday, and I think we'll see the results of that here this afternoon.
Yeah, good tight stuff from Buchanan to start, and just to give you an idea of the state of play, it'll be 128 to win for Team USA. And have probably enough time for 7 or 8 overs before an innings interval, or the interval of the match. It's not an innings interval with the fact that play was so rapid this morning. Papua New Guinea bowled out inside 40 overs. So a tricky 7 or 8 over spell for Patel and Marshall to get through here. Mix up, direct hit's going to be out. Wide, it's one of the best fielders on the pitch, Legasiaka. An early mix up between Marshall and Patel.
Yeah, a little bit nervous there maybe in this chase, and trying to push a little bit too much. So hopefully that's wakes them both up and they can settle down and get this chase going.
Yeah, it was to the right hand of Siaki. He's a right-handed fielder. He was quick to the ball. He picked it up, but the throw was significantly wide of the stump. So Patel at the non-striker's end survives. Driven, that's beautiful from Marshall. Beats the man, sprawling a backward point. But third man will run around, and Marshall's tally for the day is underway. Really interesting interview with, I think it was Peter Della Penna speaking to Xavier Marshall. He was speaking about just how important fitness has been to his game and his resurgence.
Yeah, no, he's been a great addition to this team. And Xavier starred for us down at the Super 50 not that long ago, and was dropped from the team for a bit. And he's shown how committed he is, and he's talked about that fitness and just his nutrition and everything that goes around being a great cricketer. He's accepted that, he's adopted that, and he's been just one of our mainstay batsmen over the course of the last 6 months. So it's great to have him on side. He wasn't with us in Oman, and it's good to have him now.
Yeah, Xavier Marshall coming into the squad for the tour of the UAE, and he was one of the players of the series for USA over there. Had opportunity to double century at one point, making a wonderful 175. The number 23 on his back. Don't know whether that's idolising Michael Jordan or Shane Warne. I'll leave you to answer that, Eric.
Yeah. Being from the United States, I'd have to say Michael Jordan, but probably more Shane Warne. And again, he's been a great addition to this team, and the leadership that he can provide as well, giving the international cricket that he's played. He's one of the most experienced men that we've got on this side, and the team has embraced him, and he's become a leader on the squad and one of our opening batsmen, and it'd be great to see him get going here this afternoon.
Going to be seen from both ends in the attack for Papua New Guinea, as Damien Ravu is going to take the ball from the commentary end. Affy's Park here in Windhoek, Namibia. Monank Patel is going to be on strike, and this USA batting lineup is not only going to be looking for the 2 points, but also potentially looking to chase this down for the kind of net run rate boost that can really aid a side's cause in a World Cricket League structure. 4 of the 6 sides this week, they will gain one-day international status, and that's what they're all playing for. Both sides you're on show here have won one and lost one. Papua New Guinea and America both bouncing back from opening day defeats impressively on game day 2, but there can be only one today, and at the moment Team USA in the ascendancy. Right on to start from Damien Ravu. Give us a sense, Eric, please, about the growth of in America over recent years.
Yeah, we as the national governing body, that's going to be one of our priorities, is how do we grow and develop this game. And I think a lot of our focus over the course of these last few years has been building the organization and supporting the national teams through their journeys, both the men and the women. Now that we have fully settled in as the NGB, developing the game is going to be important, and we've got a great foundation to start with. We've got data that shows there's upwards of 200,000 people playing in the United States, but we'd love to grow that significantly, and think we can with some really targeted programs, finding a way to get cricket in the schools, and we've built Rookie League to do that, and we've done that in partnership with PE teachers over the country who've told us they want content like that, where they can develop and introduce kids to cricket in a way that they can teach it, and not having someone come in from outside of the school to do that, which has been the traditional model in the U.S. and certainly that's been successful. But I think a more successful model will be to have PE teachers be able to teach the content and introduce kids to the game. And then we'll have to have the pathways and the structures and the supporting systems that are going to allow those kids that want to grow further in the school-based program to develop in academies and youth age group competitions and everything else. So,
is there a real job at hand? And I'll ask you this after this delivery. Is there a real job at hand for you and your staff to almost Americanize the sport, make it feel like a local sport?
Yeah, definitely. I think, there's been such a focus on T20 cricket around the world, but I think maybe even more so in the United States. It's just a more fast-paced and high-energy game and a shorter format of the game. I think the traditional American, thinks of cricket as, it's a, 4 or 5 day game and it's all day. And you've seen, golf struggle in the U.S. a bit lately because of that. People are busy and they don't have time to give 5-6 hours to a round of golf. I think cricket's the same thing, that a mainstream American that doesn't know the game will accept a T20 format that's a 3.5 hour game that's got a ton of action and high flying shots, and I think that's going to be our vehicle to grow cricket in the U.S. But we want to focus on all forms of the game, and if we are successful here this week, obviously ODI cricket will have a minimum of 36 games over the next 2.5 years, so that'll be a focus as well. But I really think that main vehicle is going to be, shorter form of the game to get folks excited and interested in it.
Yeah, into the second over. It's a maiden from Ravu and USA 3-for-none after 2. Perhaps going to be a little bit watchful until the interval. We'll probably have something in the region of 7 or 8 overs play up until 1 p.m. local time, so 27 minutes more to play. And that 2020 vehicle that you're referring to there, Eric, is that something that's more consumable for the average American fan? Similar in length to a baseball game, perhaps?
Yeah, I think so. And I'm a baseball fan, and I think a good T20 match is more exciting than a game of baseball.
Glorious from Xavier Marshall, the on drive, one of the most pleasing shots in the book, and that beats the sprawling dive of Norman Vanu at mid-on, and Xavier Marshall's away with a 4.
Not coming from the game, I was fortunate. My first experience as I started, or actually before I started, I went to the India West Indies T20 games down in Florida and just saw some spectacular performances down there, and that was my introduction to a high caliber of this game.
Driven again by Marshall. He looks like he's going to start to try and get going. Just a single this time. I suppose if you think about it, a T20, you get 40 overs of action, something like that West Indies-India match. You had about 460 runs, nearly 20 wickets, and in a baseball match you tend to have maybe 10 runs a game.
Yeah, no, it was incredible. Given that was really my first opportunity to see cricket at that level, I almost assumed that was what it looked like every time, and little did I know how spoiled I was in that first opportunity to see just the fireworks happen there and the excitement of the crowd and the energy of the crowd for both teams. Obviously, India had more fans there than West Indies, but just passionate fans that care so deeply about this game, and that's what so exciting about us being able to grow this game in the United States. And we've got such a passionate cricket community out there. The talent that we're seeing on the field here with these guys, it all grew somewhere in the United States. They're playing in local leagues, and they've got volunteers that are setting up the ropes and preparing the wickets, and it's just a sport that's driven by passion, and we've got so many people out there that have put their heart and soul into developing this game, and we're seeing the product of that work out here in the field.
Driven again by Marshall. Another mix-up between the wickets. America certainly not looking overly positive in their calling and communication. Perhaps a little lost in translation between Marshall and Patel so far this morning, but Marshall certainly already starting to tick. And America chasing down a small total here. Small totals can be tricky, but just 128 to win. Driven again. Such power from Marshall. Beats Vanua. That's a poor piece of fielding at mid-on. That's going to be another boundary, but Marshall's showing his power.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's, the time he spent in the nets yesterday is paying off. We know what he's capable of. He knows what he's capable of. His team knows what he's capable of, and we're seeing a bit of that today. And again, that's just a testament to this team. Against Namibia 2 days ago, he didn't perform like he would have wanted at the top of the order, but there were guys behind him that were there to pick him up, and that's the best thing about this team is that attitude of working together and picking each other up. And it looks like he wants to do the heavy lifting and let some of those guys in the back end of the order rest a bit.
He's really going now, Marshall, looking to attack every ball from Buchanan. That's the end of the third over. America 13 for none. You were saying there, Eric, about the depth, breadth of cricket right across the country, but I presume there's a big need for USA Cricket now to look on developing not just players but also facilities.
Yeah, I mean, we want to grow and develop this game. We've got to develop all aspects of the game, and that includes facilities. We need more coaches. We need more umpires. If we went from 200,000 players to 300,000 players, and we didn't grow our umpire population or our coach population, we're clearly not going to be successful in developing the sport. So it's easy to say we want to grow and develop it, but it comes with a host of challenges like facilities that you just mentioned. And in a country like the U.S. that's pretty populous, it's oftentimes hard to find, this amount of space that you can put a cricket pitch in. So that will be a challenge that we're going to have to try and address, and hopefully USA Cricket can provide the leadership in working with communities and park districts and governments to be able to find some space. And we've seen some great examples of that. The facility down in Morrisville, in the Raleigh-Durham Research Triangle area, the government invested in that. They saw how passionate their community was about cricket, and they wanted to support that passion and their community residents, and put more than $6 million in that facility just to benefit their community, and that's great to see, and that can be a shining example for other communities that have high populations of individuals that love this game and love it passionately. And that's one thing I've noticed about the sport, more so than virtually any sport in the country, in the world, is the passion that people have for cricket. I've been fortunate to go to 8 Olympic Games and have worked in the Olympic movement for years, and I'm not sure I've seen more passion for a cricket fan, and that passion we can hopefully turn into more facilities, in every nook and cranny of the United States. And it's one thing to have them in the big markets, but wherever this game becomes popular, we're going to have facility strategies to grow those.
Yeah, and that passion, I suppose, isn't just from a playing perspective, but also from a watching perspective. If you look at something like ICC events, they tend to get huge viewership from the American market.
Yeah, I think that's one of the ICC's interest in growing and developing cricket in the U.S. They know that data. They see the number of clicks they get on the ICC's website, and they see the television ratings that are coming from the United States.
Superb fielding, as Papua New Guinea are renowned for, but safely through for a quick single for Marshall.
And if we can provide that leadership to really grow and develop it, high tide floats all boats. And, the stronger the U.S. market is, I think the stronger the global market will be for cricket. And that's everything from television ratings to, sponsorship opportunities to just the size of the game. And that's one of the strategies that the ICC wants to focus on, is growing and develop and participation of cricket. So we can be a big part of that. We've got a large population, obviously, in the United States. We've got a population that loves team sports. That's part of the culture. NBA, NHL, Major League Baseball, soccer. People in the United States tend to love the national pride that goes with team sports and working together and that American spirit. So I think we've got a great product to be able to deliver. It's got an incredible history, and that's something that, in my research when I was looking at this job opportunity, was just the 300-plus year history that this sport has, and many people don't realize that. I think cricket's a new game in the U.S., and really it's the oldest game in the U.S.
That's an absolutely glorious shot. I'm going to call that as one of the shots of the week. It might not run all the way to the boundary, but it was a back foot on drive from Manik Patel. He's so pleasing on the eye when he's going, and that was just glorious. 3 runs to the total. Tell us a little bit about Manik Patel. He was sensational in the Super 50 last year for America.
Well, and he was sensational in World Cricket League 3 for us as well. He was one of the guys that got us going in virtually every game there. And that helped, pull our team through. So just a great player, as you said, pleasing to the eye, but just a great individual, a good leader. The team has confidence in him opening batting every day.
Driven powerfully again by Marshall, beats the outstretched left hand of the bowler, and it beats mid off. That's Chad Somer. He's got work to do. The throw comes in, just going to be 2. Not the quickest outfield here at Affy's Park, certainly not compared to the adjacent Wanderers cricket ground. That's going to end with over. America going about their business nicely. They're 21 for none. You were just touching on franchise sports there, Eric, because I'm speaking with the head of USA Cricket, Eric Parthen. There's an opportunity for franchise T20 cricket coming up in America in the future.
Yeah, definitely. You know, our new board of directors of USA Cricket has been focused on that as one of our biggest priorities. Is you know, my 2.5 years involved with cricket in the United States, I've talked to I can't tell you how many people that had an interest in coming to the U.S. to start this T20 league that had been talked about and attempted for so many years. And we finally put together an RFP and went through that process in late 2018 and early 2019. And the amount of interest we had was truly incredible. And the quality of proposal that we got in and the amount of hours and the investments that people made just in their proposals give us great hope that this can be a successful venture and be a product that we can deliver to the American public and one that not only supports the interests of the current cricket fan, but then also helps us grow and develop new cricket fans and gives us a vehicle to develop players as well, which is an important part of that.
Yeah, Jason Keela is going to come into the action here with his left arm spin. So just 2 overs of seam from the pavilion end. Perhaps PNG think their only way back into this game is with spin. Can you give us a little bit of information as to where that T20 league is at? Obviously, it's a lengthy process you've got to go through with the RFP, etc.
Yeah, absolutely. The amount of time that not only the bidders put in it, but we put into it, and we wanted to ensure that we found the right partner, and we're narrowing in on that. Looks like a shot that's not going to quite reach the boundary there, but it's we want to make sure we get it right. You know, we believe we have one opportunity to launch this in the way that we want to launch it. So we've got to find the right partners and the right investment, and we're getting closer in that space. We're not there yet, but we think we're closer, and ultimately, you know, I think we're still in line to have a T20 fully functioning league by 2021, which is our goal.
Can you just give us a tiny sense, without going into any really great detail, as to it would be a multi-team franchise event with sides based out of cities across America?
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, it'd be one that would likely start on the smaller side, whether that's, you know, 6 or 8 teams, but with a goal to grow that, you know, as the appetite you know, demands it in the United States, and you know, we'll hopefully have an underpinning minor league system under that, and academies that are under that, and you know, we really don't have a first class structure in the U.S., so this will become a major cog in the player development pathway that will be the top of the pillar, if you will, and we'll build programs all along that, from the entry-level program that gets a kid first involved in this sport to hopefully then, you know, a community program or academies, and then leagues and local leagues that lead the regional leagues, and regional leagues that lead the national leagues. And, you know, that's what successful American sports have. They have strong pathways that are developing talent.
Driven powerfully by Monank Patel. That's going to beat the despairing dive of the man at short cover. Yet another boundary for America. They're not playing for the innings break by any stretch or imagination. That ends the 5th over. It's 27 for none. It's Andrew Leonard here bringing you these pictures live from Windhoek in Namibia. And I've got the USA project manager Eric Parthen to my right, and he's talking to us about the potential of a T20 franchise league in America in the future. And I like to hear you use those words, minor league cricket. Maybe major league cricket will come, and we'll see in the coming years.
Yeah, we hope so. And again, it's such a great game, and I've been involved with it for going on 3 years now, and I'm such a fan of the game. And you know, I could sit down and watch a test match or a ODI or a T20, just given the action that's involved. Then you look at a traditional baseball game, and 3 outs, and then there's an innings break, and you go to commercials. In cricket, there's just nonstop action, and you know, you've got 6 balls and an over, and you change ends. But other than that, it's nonstop action that I think we can get the American public involved in, and again, also fulfill the needs and the appetites of the current cricket fan, which we're fortunate, given the United States has, I think at this point in time, still the largest immigrant population in the world, that we can take advantage of that immigrant population and support their wishes and needs, and that is give them cricket at the highest level in the form of a T20 match. tournament.
Shorter this time, and Xavier Marshall just shoulders arms wisely with a nice rise in pace from Ravu. I suppose it's not just the immigrants that are interested in cricket, but second, third, fourth generation people from the Caribbean, perhaps from the South Asian markets. Do you have any idea of the sense of scale of cricket fans in America? Is it in the millions?
I think it's well in the millions. The ICC has done some recent global research where they looked at the 10 full members as well as China and the United States as developing countries, and they had data to say that there was upwards of 25 million cricket fans in the United States. Right. We believe that might be a tad high, but absolutely, there are millions of cricket fans in this country. I can't tell you the amount of times that I've bumped into someone and they see that I'm involved with cricket in some way, shape, or form, and there's a tie somehow. Their parents cheered for followed the game, or they'd follow the game, or they immigrated from somewhere. There's such a passionate community of people that love this game more passionately than virtually any sport I've seen, and we've got to take advantage of that and support that, but also use that as a growth vehicle that we can get more people involved. And I traveled the country when I first started just to get to know the community, and I met a lot of great people that were doing a lot of the heavy lifting in these leagues all across the country. And one of the things I learned that kids of passionate cricket followers or players weren't playing the game. They would start playing the game, as a child because their parents put them in that sport, as most parents do, like I did with my kids. You put them in a sport that you tend to know.
Hit over the offside. Just to interrupt you there, Eric. Xavier Marshall showing his power again because he's taken the aerial route over the offside, and he's taken it for another boundary four. Glorious batting from the man that's known as X around the USA camp, and America really ticking now. No sense of playing for the innings or the interval. 13 minutes to go before we'll take a break, and America 31 for none, less than 100 now required to win.
Yeah, I was just talking about that problem that exists in many parts of the country, where a child plays the game for the first 5-6 years. They might start playing it as a 5 or 6 year old and play till they're 10 and 11, and then they ultimately drop the game, not because they lose interest in the game, because the sports become more social, at that 11, 12, 13. And if their friends aren't playing it, then they don't want to play it as well, and they'll gravitate towards more traditional American sports, the ones that are available in schools, the baseballs, the basketballs, soccers, hockeys, lacrosse. So if we're going to keep those kids that are starting playing the game because parents put them in a great academy, we've got to get their friends playing it, and that's where the rookie league is going to become such an important cog in that player development pathway. If we can get more kids playing it at a higher level in schools, hopefully we'll keep those kids that are already playing it involved in the game, because now their friends are playing it, and they can play it at school lunches, and they can play it after school socially.
Hammered down the ground. It was a poor delivery. It was a full toss from Jason Keela, and Xavier Marshall, the mood he looks in today, he's not going to miss a delivery like that. That's 4 more to him, straight down the ground, all along the turf. And Eric Parthen, the USA project manager to my right, called it. And Xavier Marshall really looks in a focused mood today.
Yeah, again, that's that time that he spent in the net, and that's the unselfishness of this team. It would have been easy for X to stay at the hotel and just relax on an off day, especially after such an emotional win the night before. But he knows that for this team to perform at their highest level, he's got to be a major driver in that. So he spent his off day in the nets and working hard to get back to form like we're seeing here this afternoon, which is great to see.
Yeah, 4 of the 14-man Team USA squad came to an optional training session here at the Wanderers Sports Complex yesterday. That's a beautiful shot from Monank Patel. Half a stop in the cover, but that half stop's not going to be enough because it's another boundary, the second boundary of the over. And Monank Patel complimenting Xavier Marshall so pleasingly. Pabudu Dasanayak is sitting on the sidelines. I can see him. He looks incredibly content with the position his side at the moment.
We were just talking about Xavier spending time in the nets yesterday, but I don't want to lose sight of what the work that the others were doing as well. We had guys that were in the weight room getting a lift in. We had some that were in the pool getting some pool work in. We had, I think, virtually every one of the guys was in for massage just to help with that recovery that's so important in a tournament like this.
Good again from Monank Patel, finding the gap in between cover and mid-off. Just going to be time for a single. We spoke about it before you came on commentary, Eric. The real growth in athleticism and fitness, and they're almost like full-time athletes, these Team USA players now.
Yeah, that's the vision we had, starting back at World Cricket League 4, was that if we're truly going to perform at this level, the players were going to have to make some sacrifices, and it can no longer be a weekend game, that was not supported by strength and conditioning or not supported by sports psychology and mental training. These guys have sacrificed, and to their credit, we have increased the funding that we provide this team as they've kind of risen up the ranks, but we are not paying them like professional athletes yet. We have aspirations to do so here soon, and certainly being successful this week will allow us to do so with some additional funding. But to their credit, they have sacrificed, to get to this level, and they have performed, and they're doing the little things now. And it's fun seeing the WhatsApp chats that these guys have, and one guy takes a picture of the salad that he's having for lunch, and somebody else sends that same salad, or someone will send that they're in the gym at 6 a.m. and someone else will send that they're in the gym at 6 a.m. as well, a picture, lifting, and they have done what we've asked them to do, and they've sacrificed time with their family, they've sacrificed jobs in the United States, all to get to a place where they're playing cricket at this level, which it's exciting to see. And I can't say thank you enough to these players and to their families and to their employers that have supported them along the way.
Yeah, and just back in the action here, we've had a change in bowling. Chad Soper's come in from our near commentary position end, and he started with 2 singles as the runs continue to flow for USA. Certainly no demons in the batting deck whatsoever, perhaps a little bit of turn for the spinners, but Papua New Guinea's total of 127 all out starting to look very inconsequential in the course of the match.
Yeah, this is a great start for us, and I think Monak and X will both say they haven't batted as well as they would have liked this tournament so far. So to see them leading this chase is great, and I think that's only going to give this team more confidence through the rest of this chase, and hopefully tomorrow against Hong Kong.
Confidently left by Patel. Chad Soper, who, as we heard earlier, plays his cricket in Australia, born in Port Moresby, playing his first grade cricket in the Sydney grade competitions. Grew up on the Central Coast in rural New South Wales. Being the shining light of the East Asia Pacific ICC development programme, which is run so well by Jane Livesey and Kieran McMillan before her. Papua New Guinea not showing what they can do on the biggest stage here. They had up one-day international status for the most recent cycle, and they're having to battle out for it again here. It's going to end the 8th over. USA now 44 for none. And Eric, I'd like to just take a look at the points table. It's there on your screens in front of you. Oman 2 from 2, but if USA can get a win today, they're going to feel really confident about gaining status this week.
Yeah, it certainly helps our confidence, but this team has been focused one game at a time, and we talked about it a bit before, that if we would have lost that game against Namibia 2 nights ago, that we would have taken this game one game at a time, and know that we've got to perform each and every game. So I don't think we're gonna rest on a victory today. I'm confident this team is going to have the same focus and the same energy going into tomorrow's game in Hong Kong, and ultimately we came to this tournament not just to qualify and meet the the minimum standard of finishing in the top 4, but we came to this tournament to win it, and that's where these guys have been focused. And even after that opening loss to Oman, where we clearly didn't play our best, the team still focused on winning this tournament, and I think we're showing that we're in a good place to continue to fight for that.
Yeah, going to see yet another change in bowling. Asadoa Vala really ringing the changes, because he's going to go to the leg breaks of CJ Amini. He caused a collapse in the Namibian chase of a similarly low total. And Xavier Marshall looks for the sweep, gets that away for 1. Papua New Guinea on the opening day made just 118 against Namibia. And Namibia, the hosts, were cruising at 40 for 1 in the chase, but Amini came on, took quick wickets with his leg spin. And Vala needs him to do the same here to rein in this American chase.
Speaking of Namibia, just I want to say thanks to Cricket Namibia and everyone that's around this competition. We've had a great experience so far. The people of Namibia have been absolutely fantastic. The support staff and also credit to the ICC for putting on a great competition here. Obviously the global leader in cricket, and we couldn't do these types of events without their support. So just a great team all around this competition, and what a great backdrop we've got for this game. Looking across the ground, you've got mountains in the background, not a cloud in the sky. A great facility here in Affies Park.
Nicely clipped off his legs by Manik Patel. Going to be time for at least two as Chad Soper does the chasing right in front of our commentary position. Going to just be two, and yeah, I'll have to agree with you there, Eric. The tournament's been wonderfully organised, particularly by the local organising committee. Namibia, so many volunteers around, which has been really notable, and certainly healthy crowds, particularly for supporting the home side on Easter Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. We went to the mall yesterday to buy some more water, and just the fans that are there, they clearly care about this game in this country, and we've seen it out at the grounds. We were seeing it here today, and just a great drop for cricket. This is my first time here, and I can't, it's been a fantastic experience so far, and hopefully it'll continue to prove the game.
Yeah, end of the 9th over. America really ticking there, 49 for none. And I think we're going to have time for just one more over before the interval break, where the players will go off and get a well-deserved feed. And can Papua New Guinea just find one wicket to go to that break with? It's going to be Chad Soper with the ball in hand. From an American perspective, they are going to be delighted if they can get to the interval. 10 wickets still in hand.
Yeah, I think that lunch food will taste just a bit better given the first innings that we had and the start of this chase. So I think they're looking forward to getting this without loss through lunch and then picking up the chase after lunch.
Yeah, the pitch has really looked like a very placid one in this 10 overs of the American chase, perhaps making it all the more surprising that Vala chose to bat first this morning. He's really booked the trend. The majority of captains who've won the toss this week have chosen to bowl first. 9:30 a.m. starts, slight distance early for the seam bowlers. And Eric, have you been chatting to the USA skipper about his huge negligence at the coin toss?
We haven't had the best luck at the coin toss, but if we perform like this the rest of the tournament, like we did against Namibia, both losing the tosses, I'll take that. I'd rather lose at the coin toss and win the game than vice versa. So he does take a good, healthy ribbing from the team, and again, that goes to the way these guys, as tight as they are, and they have a lot of fun together. They give each other a hard time. They support each other, but yeah, we'd probably like to win a few more of those. But if this is the way it's going to go and losing the toss, I'll continue to take the results.
Yeah, he's incredibly consistent, Sarav Netravalkar. Called 3 times, got it wrong 3 times, 100% incorrect record at the toss.
Yeah, he's not incredibly consistent because he keeps changing his call too. So I think he's gotten a good, healthy ribbing on that. You tend to pick the same thing and hope that you're going to win 50% of them, where he's trying to guess the results of that toss, and he hasn't guessed very well. But again, he's led this team, and I'd rather his skills be in leading the team and picking up a spectacular final wicket in that Namibia game, and we'll give him a pass on the coin toss.
Yeah, watchful stuff here from Manik Patel. No doubt he knows this is the final over before the interval, and he's just got one ball now to survive to leave USA in a very healthy position. That's a glorious drive to finish this passage of play, because Alex Dowdles immediately takes the bails off and calls time, gentlemen, please. And with that, we're going to farewell to Eric Parthen and thank him for his time today. We might chat to you again later in the week.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity, and certainly great being here when the U.S. is in a position like it is. And I just want to give a special thanks to all the folks watching back at home in the United States. This team certainly feels the support that they're getting from the U.S. cricket community, whether it's via Facebook or WhatsApp messages. It's just incredible support that we have back home, and we hope we're making you proud here this morning and this afternoon, and we hope to continue to do so the rest of the way here. But thank you for the support, USA. Team behind you.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's Eric Parthen, the head of USA Cricket. And before we let you go, we'll just take a quick look at the batting card. Xavier Marshall, 27 not out off just 29 balls. He's looked so devastating, particularly down the ground. almost faultless. Both batsmen, Martel, 19 not out. And outside of a few mix-ups between the wickets, the perfect start for Team USA. They're fine for none. And when we come back with you after the interval, in probably about 35-40 minutes time, America, they're only going to need another 78 runs to complete the and make it 2 wins from 3 games here at ICC World Cricket League Division 2. For now, we'll leave you, but we'll be back with the action in about 30 minutes time. Yeah, welcome back here to Affy's Park in Windhoek, Namibia. Andrew Leonard here after a 40-minute interval. And it's USA against Papua New Guinea in ICC World Cricket League Division 2. And we have the possibility of USA getting a second victory in 48 hours, going to 2-1 in the table. They're certainly in the ascendancy at the moment. They're 49 for none, chasing a smallish total of 127 from Papua New Guinea. Xavier Marshall and Monank Patel at the crease. And I'm delighted to be joined again by ESPN Cricinfo's Peter Della Penna. After the break, are we going to see a one-sided game finally in the World Cricket League?
This is a rarity, having such a lopsided match as this. Now, there was a discussion before about what to do with the toss here. This ground can deceive some people because the conditions were what you would expect, leading to a decision to bat first. But historically, on this ground, most teams have won chasing in the recent WCL tournaments that have been played at Affy's Park. So you can get kind of conned into making the wrong decision at the toss, like PNG did.
Yeah, and it's going to be a trial by spin for the remainder of the innings, you'd have to think. Charles Amini's leg break so impressive in the opening game as he got 3 wickets against host Namibia. But Xavier Marshall was really humming before the interval break, and he misses out in a short one there, perhaps just showing the after effects of a healthy lunch.
Monarch at the other end. He's looking for a score. Didn't have the greatest tour of the UAE last month prior to coming to Namibia, whereas Marshall was the leading run scorer for USA on that tour, 49 for none after overs. Monarch started off Division 3 in Oman with the century against Uganda, and that performance was exceptional under the circumstances. For people who may not be close to Monarch, his mother had been sick for quite some time leading into that event. She was battling lung cancer at the time, and just a short time after the tournament she passed away. So the fact that he was able to perform under those circumstances was a tribute to his dedication and focus in spite of some personal troubles that he was experiencing in his life at the time.
Yeah, he's certainly a really pleasing and elegant batsman on the eye. Not a big hitter by any stretch of the imagination, but perhaps USA's most technically correct batsman.
Monarch and Aaron Jones, I would put 1-2 in terms of their technical aptitude. Monarch, pace or spin, he's exceptional. He played under-17 cricket for Gujarat, and he was teammates, I believe, at the time with Jasprit Bumrah and Akshar Patel. And he probably would still be in India right now if it wasn't for his mother's illness. It was one of the main reasons why he came to the USA to begin with, to get better medical treatment.
And that journey has brought him to the top of the American order, and he's a real linchpin there. As Peter Della Penna says, perhaps not got the weight of runs that he would have liked so far, but just looks like he's coming into form to me. He played back foot on drive in the first few overs there before the innings interval, and that was absolutely sensational to watch.
Well, I'll never forget the first time I saw him really bat was at a USA trial in Texas last June, and his first innings at that trial, he only made about 20 off 40 balls, but you could tell there was something special about him, just his technique. He looked so polished.
Yeah, just worked off a bit of an inside edge, more mix-up in the running. These two haven't communicated particularly effectively between the wickets.
You can tell Monarch's a bit antsier to get some runs, and in each instance that they've had a mix-up today, Monarch's been the one who's been first out of the blocks, trying to get out of the crease to get to the other end, whereas Marshall's been a bit more relaxed, taking his time, considering the target that they have to chase.
More brilliant fielding from Papua New Guinea. They're renowned around that for the world. One of their goals in their cricket is to become one of the foremost fielding sides in world cricket. That's going to end the 12th over. Back-to-back maidens to start back from the break. Perhaps the two batters maybe just enjoyed their lunch a little bit too much. 49 for none. No runs to the total yet.
Nothing wrong with that. They got all the time in the world right now. But you'd still, from the USA perspective, like to see them finish this match off sooner than later to get the net run rate boost. Continuing to talk about Monarch, the next day after he made that 20, he scored an 80-ball 100 against USA's intra-squad bowling attack, which, as you can see, the way they perform in this event, one of the best teams in the tournament. So if you're scoring a 100 against them, it's top class. And there was one shot in particular against Kyle Phillip. Kyle Phillip made his USA debut in the Super 50 in October. Young, tall, fast bowler, bowls fairly quick, close to Ali Khan's pace, and he's about 6'5", 6'6", tall guy, gets good height, good bounce. But Mona got a full delivery, and it was just a gentle push through the line, and it sailed about 15, 20 yards over the boundary for 6, and that's when you knew they cannot leave this guy out of the team.
Down the ground by Marshall. That's glorious. It's going to end the sequence of dot balls after the interval, and that's going to fly all the way for 6. No more than an extension of the arms down the ground. Beautifully timed. That's the elegance and grace of Xavier Marshall.
Well, there's never been a doubt about his talent. He had a rough start to his USA career. You and Eric Parthen were talking about his fitness. He had to recommit himself to that. When he showed up at the Super 50 last February, he clearly had a few extra pounds on. His fitness wasn't quite there, and that's something he readily admits himself he needed to work on. Spend some time out of the team, and when he came back, that spare tire on the belly disappeared. Much fitter, Marshall, and it's reflected in the way he's batting with shots like that.
He looks focused and dedicated, but that is a wild swing of the bat, looking for the slog sweep to the vacant cow corner region. Amini showing why he's such a threat with his leg breaks. 6 runs off the over, 13 gone now, 55 for none. 2 of the games in progress on game day 3 here at ICC World Cricket League Division 2. Just give you a couple of quick updates from those. We ducked our head briefly into the Namibia match on the adjacent Wanderers cricket oval next to us here. They made 258 for 6 against Canada. And Canada are really going to need to chase that down to get themselves into the tournament. And up at the United Cricket Ground, Hong Kong made 176 against Oman, so Oman could be on course for 3 out of 3. Nicely played by Manik Patel off his hip. Wide of the man, who's quite wide at fine leg, and it's going to be 4 more. Perhaps we might just see runs starting to flow. Surely America will be aware of the fact that the net run rate could be crucial in this tournament.
If I was at the lunch break right now trying to discuss how quickly to get this match over with, I wouldn't want to take more than 30 overs. So these boundaries in the last 2 overs after the 2 straight maidens to start compensating for the string of dot balls. USA back on a roll right now.
Yeah, and Chad Soper no more than military medium, operating with the keeper up to the stumps. It's quite a nice partnership, a combination. We talk about left hand, right hand at the top of the order, but the grace and elegance of Manik Patel and the devastating power of Xavier Marshall. Driven straight down the ground. Glorious from Manik Patel, right on cue. Just as I spoke about his elegance and grace, you won't see many shots better than that. All the way along the ground for 4.
Well, he's proven right here there's more than one way to skin a cat. Marshall with the power, and Monarch with the elegance. Just a gentle push. All timing. Mid-off diving valiantly, but in vain. And another boundary from Mononk. Takes him to 27 off 40 balls. USA 63 for none.
Yeah, it's going to bring about a change in the field as well, because that man at mid-off, Damien Ravo, he's going to stay in the circle. There was a little bit of talk, bit of conjecture between him and the bowler. Better length that time, dragged back by Chad Soper. Have you seen much of Papua New Guinea? We've seen them right on the cusp of ICC World events, but never quite got there.
Along with Uganda, Papua New Guinea is probably my favorite team to watch outside of North America, just among their fielding prowess. Anytime you watch Uganda, anytime you watch Papua New Guinea, you're going to get quite an entertaining show in the field. Their foot speed to the ball is the thing that stands out for me. It's something that I think is always very underrated in terms of evaluating a good fielding team. And when you have guys like Legasiaka in the circle just racing to cut off singles.
And they've got a great team spirit, the way they play the game, Papua New Guinea. You see their songs of victory after the game, but they constantly threaten to get to an ICC global event. You think about the World 2020 qualifier in 15, where they could have got there. The ICC World Cup qualifier in 14, where they missed out to UAE. Do you feel like they're perhaps underperforming a little for some of the talent they have in their ranks?
I think part of the issue, at least in the last year or two, in that end of 2017, early 2018 time frame, there was quite a bit of instability, as we're talking about their great fielding. Misfield right there at mid-wicket. Tony Ora, the guilty party there. Deepak Patel, I thought, did a phenomenal job transforming the culture there. And he was in place for a good 2 to 3 years. And it was under him that they had the phenomenal chase in the I Cup against the Netherlands in one of the first matches. I think it may have been even the very first match, first-class match for Papua New Guinea in that competition. Chasing, I think it was 325.
They're going to push for 2 here, Peter. And a slight fumble in the field and good communication for the first time between Marshall and Patel will allow them to get back for 2. Runs really coming at a very pleasing rate for Team USA now this morning, or this afternoon even. Shorter this time, pulled away. There's no man at cow corner. Marshall targeted that in the last over. And the fielder very sportingly signals 6. Oh, brute power from Xavier Marshall.
Well, that's with the leg spinner. It's an attacking option for wickets, but if you get the length wrong, Marshall doesn't hesitate to rock back and yank him over wide long on.
Yeah, he's so quick on picking of the bowler. That's always, for me, the sign of a good batsman, particularly against spin. He picked up that long hop from Amini and dispatched it for 6. Long over cow corner. Could be a chance for 2 more here. Americans showing off their superior fitness in the field early today and showing it between the wickets now. And this match is starting to look a little bit like a one-way race, Peter Della Penna.
Good running between the wickets there by both Marshall and Monac, seizing on the opportunity in the gap there to pick up the second run. 75 for none after 15 overs. Going back to the discussion about Deepak Patel had actually been a consultant coach with USA in 2010. He came and helped out assisting Clayton Lambert on their tour of Dubai at the T20 World Cup qualifier that year when they beat Afghanistan, Ireland, and beat Scotland for the lone win in that event.
Pulled powerfully by Patel. It's a slightly slower section of the outfield out there, so the fielder's going to have a chance, but he'll merely escort it to the boundary. That's going to be a boundary 4 and 4 more, and there's almost been a discussion between Patel and Marshall. Let's get this done, and let's get it done in quick time.
Yeah, they're not messing around now. And USA has the firepower in reserve that they can afford to be aggressive, targeting that net run rate boost try and get this match over with. Forget 30 overs. They're going to be done in 22 or 23 at this stage, as Monarch looks like he needs a new bat.
I'm going to bring up something we were talking about whilst we were off air, Peter. You were saying that if America could chase this down quickly enough, you might be able to pop over to the decent ground to have a look at Oman's chase of Hong Kong. And if they chase that down quickly enough, you might then be able to get in a taxi up to the United ground and take in all 3 matches, 6 international teams, all in one day at World Cricket League.
It's one of the luxuries of a venue like this in Windhoek. Everything is pretty convenient. It's only a short 5-minute drive or so to United. You've got Affies and Wanderers side by side, so it's conducive to maximizing your opportunities.
And in all of your World Cricket League history coverage or historical coverage, you've never got to all 3 games in the one day before?
Oh, I certainly have, because in Los Angeles at World Cricket League Division 4 in 2016, Woodley Park, the 3 grounds are literally right next to each other, side by side by side. So
they were all at the same venue, Peter.
Oh, come on. That counts in my book.
Well, look, we've got a little bit of cricket to play here, but the way USA are going, you'll see at the graphics at the bottom of your screen, they need just 49 more runs to win. Run rate 1.4 per over. America are going to look to chase this down as quickly as possible. Pulled into the deep. Another short ball by Soper. You can't bowl there at that pace. It plugs a bit in the outfield. So it's not going to go for 4. Just 2 to the total. Poor bowling by Chad Soper.
He's getting his length too short here at the moment. Needs to go a bit forward. He's trying to be mindful of the fact that they've got mid on and mid off up in the ring. So he doesn't want to be driven over the top, but at the same time, you can't go too short.
Fuller this time, driven beautifully by Manang Patel. Papudu Dasanayak is going to be so pleased with this opening partnership after the opening day struggles with the bat. And the fact that Xavier Marshall he was very unlucky day 1, of course, run out at the non-strikers end, but given how impressive he was in the UAE, he hasn't got the weight of runs you'd have expected yet. Hit over the offside. There's no one in the deep on the offside, so that's going to be another boundary for super stuff from Manang Patel. Chad Soper, very expensive in this over. 10 runs coming off the bat already. There's clearly been a decision by USA to chase this down right away.
Monarch being much more aggressive, going over the top, over the infield, over cover for another boundary. And again, with the depth, they has Stephen Taylor coming in at number 3 if he even comes in today.
Driven pleasingly again by Manang Patel. I just put protection out there now, Papua New Guinea, and they look rattled, to be honest. They're very much looking like a rout.
Square leg umpire. Looks like Tabrak Dar out there. Telling the PNG fielders to keep the ball up. Don't scuff it up. I think we're past that point.
Yeah, possibly not going to matter with the game where it's at. That's the end of the 16th over. USA now 86 for none, and we're going to take a look at the ICC World Cricket League Division 2 table. You can see in the graphics on your screen there. This broadcast being brought to you by Andrew Leonard, Peter Della Penna, all thanks to Cricket Clubs, USA's strategic partner. And you can see the table there, Peter. Can you talk us through your thoughts on who the 4 sides to gain ODI status might be?
Well, Oman seems a lock at this stage. 2 wins and well positioned for a 3rd one today. And if you get 3 wins, you're almost certain to be in the top 4 in a tournament like this, where it's the top 4 that advance instead of the top 2.
That's a glorious shot from Manang Patel. It was full, somewhat in the slot, and it's flown all the way for 6. Beautiful batting. Patel starting to outshine his opening partner, Xavier Marshall.
We talked about the elegance before, but he's got the timing to produce the power. Clears mid-off easily, and it produces a change in the field. Now the fielder stays on the boundary. I think significantly Namibia, even though they lost to USA the other day, they had a pretty sizable win on day 1 to give them a massive net run rate boost. So even if they end up at 2 and 3, they're actually fairly well placed to stay in the top fourth position, regardless of the other results, as we see yet another missed field on slightly bumpy outfield at times. I said it was of much better surface than United, but still not perfect by any stretch.
And do you think it's possible that the side stealing that fourth ODI qualification spot will just have 2 wins, or will you need to get 3?
I think, based on last year's results, it is possible to sneak in with just 2 wins. This is a much, much stronger field than was here last year for Division 2.
Short pulled by Xavier Marshall, but straight to the man in the deep. Maybe a single.
It's very conceivable to have 3 teams at 3-2 and 3 teams at 2-3 when everything is said and done at the end of round robin play, and that's why net run rate is so crucial.
Yeah, that's the end of the 17th over, and talking about how crucial net run rate is, it looks as though USA are on course for a huge net run rate boost, because they need just 34 more runs for victory in what is rapidly descending into an absolute rout of Papua New Guinea here. Not a good day at the office for them, and I wonder if they could have their time over. Would Asadoa Vala, after winning the toss, would he have chosen to have a bowl?
I think there's no doubt about that now. For USA fans, longtime USA fans, this day is sweet revenge for a match that took place in 2011 at Division 3 in Hong Kong. USA was sent in at the toss at Hong Kong Cricket Club under conditions where the clouds were maybe about 10 yards above the pitch.
Just see a change in bowling here. We'll come back to that. It's going to be Damien Ravu back into the attack.
It was quite possibly the worst toss in the history of cricket to lose. And Rarua Dekana, the captain at the time for Papua New Guinea, moved the ball at will. USA was bowled out for 44. And Papua New Guinea won the game. It lasted, I think, less than 2.5 hours. So for USA on the verge of what could be a 10-wicket win here.
Yeah, you heard the call of 2-2-2 from Xavier Marshall. He moves to the cusp of a maiden maiden 50 overs half century in an ICC event for USA. .47 not out now. Oh, and just trying to be too expansive, driving on the up, and that puts a bat through to the keeper.
USA's lineup completely different from that day 8 years ago. Not a single player left from the squad that was routed on that occasion. And you can see the transformation symbolized today over the course of the 8 years since that match and the diverging fortunes of these two sides.
Pulled powerfully by Marshall into the deep. That's going to fly all the way for 6. Clatters into the ones there, and that's 50 for Xavier Marshall. What an innings from the big man, number 23 in his back, and just a feint to the bat to his teammates on the sideline.
He's been there before. This is small potatoes in the context of Xavier Marshall's career. And the X-Man with a vicious pull over mid-wicket. 15 yards.
Yeah, we spoke earlier about how quickly he picks up length off the spinners, but he did it that time off the seamers. It sat up to be pulled, was smashed into the deep. And Xavier Marshall, he's looked like a very focused man all throughout his innings today. So keen to make amends for 2 low scores early in the tournament. And this could be a sign of things to come later in the week.
Well, if the X-Man is rolling like this, it's an ominous sign for Hong Kong coming up tomorrow. And then Canada on the final day of round robin play, USA's remaining opponents.
And if USA could get a big net run rate boost, really, perhaps just one more win would seal the deal for them and one-day international status.
Well, Oman's sitting pretty, and USA, if they get to 3 wins, fantastic comeback ball there by Ravu.
Yeah, an absolute beauty. You're spot on, Peter. He hit the length and it just rose a little off the length, and Xavier Marshall beating all ends up. America 102 for none after 18 overs now. Is it in any way a surprise for you that the two sides that were promoted from World Cricket League Division 3 in Oman at the end of last year are performing so well here against higher ranked opponents?
No, and that's one of the great things about the meritocracy of these events, that rankings-wise, you could say on paper they're the lowest ranked teams, they're the underdogs, but the way they performed, Oman notching the victories over Scotland the way they did in February in 50 over cricket, and then against the UAE just before this event, USA beating UAE quite convincingly in the 2 wins they got in 50 over cricket last month as well.
Down the track, hit over the man at long off. What a shot that is. The man was posted in the deep, right on the boundary, but it sails over his head. 6 from Monak Patel. It's going to bring another 50 in American colours for him. Let's take a look at this replay. Down the track, a full extension of the arms. You can see on your screen there, the man was out at long off, but it sailed over his head.
He's just such a exquisite timer of the ball. There was almost no effort to that shot. And you can see that Indian upbringing in Gujarat. He's such a skilled player spin, arguably USA's best player spin, even though he's also their fixture at the top of the order.
Shorter this time, hit into the offside, but straight to the man. Do you think Oman and America are both benefiting from what seems like some really well thought through preparation as well? Oman hosting the quadrangular series before a series of games against Scotland, as we're going to see an early end to this match because it's all over bar the shouting now. 4 more to Patel. He's gone past Xavier Marshall now in this partnership. The partnership is worth 112, just 16 to win. But both those sides, Peter, really had serious preparation time leading into Namibia.
USA had a full plate of matches in the UAE, and it wasn't just to get experience. I mean, they got a hell of a lot of confidence, and you can see Monak bursting with confidence, coming down the track and 6 over extra cover.
Yeah, and that's the biggest 6 of the day because he came down the track, he went inside out, over cover, and not only has it cleared the boundary rope, but in fact it's cleared the fence of the entire Wanderers Park here. So the third umpire for the first time today is in action. And he's sprinting on. Langton Rosario from Zimbabwe, he's sprinting on with some replacement balls.
Monak in full flow today. This is the best I've seen him since that century he made against Uganda on the opening day of Division 3 in Oman in November. But the preparation, getting those matches, not just playing those matches, but winning those matches, and the manner in which they won those matches against the UAE in 50 over cricket just filled USA with so much confidence. And Oman as well, the games they won against Scotland and UAE, and they did it with not a full-strength lineup either. Shan Maksud and Akib Ilyas.
Let's hit down the ground again, and that's going to be 6 more. That's glorious stuff from Monak Patel. His third 6 of the over. He's taken Legacy Aka to pieces. All over the 4, 6, 6.
Well, you can talk as much as you want about the elegance, but he's shown right here he can match Xavier Marshall stride for stride in the power department as well. This is just an exhibition of clean striking by Monak Patel.
With just 4 runs to win, Peter, we might bid you a quick farewell. I know you're going to have to go back to the day job, so we thank you again for your time. Hugely appreciate it. And Peter's going to pass the microphone over to Daniel Beswick, who I'm going to ask to come and sit in the seat next to me, or he's going to stay just down to the end.
Oh, I haven't had enough time to get myself into the the zone here. Peter Della Penna having to race off, given his duties he has to fulfil for Crick Info, doing their stuff at the end of the game, and an explosive over. That second six in particular over the fence at extra cover, a remarkable shot because he didn't actually get to the pitch of the ball. It wasn't a terrible delivery, but for him to capitalise on any opportunity and to finish the job for the USA is brilliant.
Yeah, just 4 runs to win now, and they're going to sprint through for a quick single. How impressed have you been with this partnership?
Yeah, fantastic, and we've seen in the past 2 games, they've been a little bit unlucky. I know Marshall was run out in unfortunate circumstances in the first game, but this partnership hasn't quite got going thus far in the tournament. Up until today, of course, unbelievable stand between these two. Have looked in complete control. The wicket probably playing the way that everyone thought it would, but albeit in the afternoon. Had Asadvala had his time again, he might have liked to have batted in the second session rather than the first.
Patel drives powerfully but straight to the man. Yeah, shades of Nasser Hussain at the Gabba in 2000.
Yeah,
2-3.
A personal favourite of mine. Yeah, when Matthew Hayden and Justin Langer went absolutely ballistic. I was a huge fan of that. But I can see what Asadvala did see in the pitch. It did look good, but knowing that you're starting games at 9:30 in the morning, there's always life in a deck like this, and especially talking to the groundsman yesterday, they're putting a little bit more life in these wickets with water.
No ball called, hit down the ground. So even if that doesn't carry to the boundary, that's going to be the end of the game, because there was just 3 runs to win, and the no ball combined with Manik Patel's 2. As far as we count, we think that's going to be the end of the match, but there might still be just 1 to win. Perhaps the scores are tied.
Either that, or the guys upstairs there in the scoring centre haven't really kept up because of that huge over before. And as we can see, it looks like Alex Dowdles has removed the bails, and the score has been reached. Yeah,
you could see Manik Patel going back to his batting because he wanted to have the free hit.
Yeah, always a good time to cash in on some extra runs in the tournament with a free hit, but considering the game is over, that's impossible.
Yeah, that is game over, and it has to be said, a complete and utter rout. It is 1:15 p.m. local time, including a 45-minute break and a 10-minute change of innings. This game has lasted less than 4 hours.
Honestly speechless. A fantastic performance with the bat and the ball for the USA. Also in the field, I know they dropped a couple of catches, but they stayed up in the field, made sure they finished the job. I thought just about every bowler for the USA performed particularly well. Probably credit to Gore there at the end to clean up the tail. Ali Khan doing his business at the top end of the innings and cashing in with another, I think it was 3 wickets. Incredible performance again by the USA, flexing their muscles, and they slowly, after their hiccup on the first morning, looking like probably the form side, perhaps with due respect to Oman, who may well be top of the table at the end of the day.
Yeah, quite brilliant innings from both Manik Patel and Xavier Marshall. The partnership worth 128 exactly, and inside 20 overs, just 19.2 overs used. That's about as one-sided a game of international cricket as you'll ever see. And America, who less than 5 hours ago were staring down the barrel of being 0-2, are probably going to move second in the table tonight.
Yeah, it just shows how quickly things can turn. To be bowled out for under 150 in the first game, and now to be none for 128 in under 20 overs, shows, I guess, perhaps the fight and the concentration of the US. I'm sure they would have gathered themselves and had a long chat about how they were going to attack the rest of the tournament after that disappointing display. But they've executed all their plans to near perfection. With plenty of runs 2 days ago against Namibia, and then fulfilling the job here against Papua New Guinea.
Yeah, you can see the team shaking hands. Papua New Guinea going to be horribly disappointed with their effort today. We haven't seen what they can do. I'm sure we will later in the week. But they're going to have to bounce back tomorrow, because for today it's been all USA. And with the bat for America, it's been all these two, Xavier Marshall and Manik Patel. That's a partnership with great potential at the top of the order.
Yeah, just as Marshall kicked away from Manik Patel, I guess in the race to the total, Manik Patel had that unbelievable over off the bowling of Charles Amini, taking it, I think it was 3 sixes and a 4, including that one over the fence. I thought it was actually quite telling that Manik Patel hit that ball long off over the fielder and taking the fielder on. It was actually Legacy Arco. I've been corrected. But yeah, it just shows just how confident Patel was at the end of that innings, and a real good opportunity for those two to get themselves into some form. I know both of them have slightly struggled in the tournament thus far, and that only means nothing but good, I guess, for the US team, knowing that not only are these guys making runs, they've got the guys in the middle order who made runs 2 days ago.
Yeah, USA finally living up to their billing as one of the pre-tournament favourites. An absolutely comprehensive 10-wicket win over Papua New Guinea. Let's take a look at the bowling figures. Not a huge amount to shout about. In fact, nothing at all in the wickets column for Papua New Guinea. Really disappointing stuff, particularly for Siaka. That 1 over being smashed for 22 by Madank Patel.
Yeah, Ravu and Bukana, they kept things tight in the early goings of that innings for the USA. I guess the USA knew that they had a lot of time to chase down the total, obviously, as well. It's one of those days where you throw the ball to anyone, but the batsmen are so high on confidence, and the conditions were so conducive to good batting that nothing worked. I thought Chad Soper was probably a little bit, he'll be a little bit disappointed with the way he finished off his spell. I think he looked to keep things tight early in the spell, but just that last one, he dropped a fraction short, and he was taken by Xavier Marshall and Patel, who enjoyed that bowling. And then, yeah, Siaka coming on, and I guess a sort of last throw of the dice for PNG, but it only ended in one way, and that was a supreme effort from Mayank Patel.
Yeah, and a supreme effort by the entire Team USA 11 today. They are 10-wicket victors. You see the graphics on your screen there. Papua New Guinea bowled all out for 127 after winning the toss and choosing to bat first, surprisingly. And America, it was plain sailing for Madank Patel and Xavier Marshall, a partnership of 128. They're going to take their second win, and right now they're standing second in the table with a chance to see what happens in the 2 other games. Just before we let you go, we'll give you a quick update on those. Namibia made 258 for 6 against Canada up at the United Ground, 33 for 1 chasing. And on the pitch adjacent to us, where I think myself and Daniel will go and spend the rest of our afternoon, Hong Kong made 176 and Oman are 29 for none.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where the US end up on the table, given that those 2 results are yet to shake out. Oman with a definitely achievable of a score under 200, but a tricky one. Hong Kong with plenty of skill with the ball, so that'll be quite important for Oman to finish the job. I think that'll only prove if they can do that. They're a well-rounded team, and perhaps ironing out all the inconsistencies that they have had in international cricket over the past few months. We saw against Scotland, they're very hot and very cold in their tour, their home tour against Scotland. As for the other game, I think Canada really do need a good performance here to be 0-3. Would be pretty much would mean it's pretty much all over for them. But in saying that, we know what cricket is like, and we've seen stranger things happen and stranger finishes. From a USA perspective today, I think they're quite glad that they've been able to do the business, and they've kept their net run rate very healthy with that performance.
Yeah, huge net run rate boost, and the crucial 2 points go to USA. For now, this is Andrew Leonard signing out, and we're going to see you tomorrow for the next game in the schedule when USA will be taking on Hong Kong. We'll bring every ball to you live with Cricket Clubs and USA Cricket in partnership here from Namibia. For now, it's me signing out and saying goodbye for now.